Hey, Veronica, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, thank. Hi, Jody.
Welcome to the June 1st meeting of the Palo Alto Architecture Review Board. Could we have a roll call, please?
Recording in progress.
Should I start over? Good morning. Welcome to the June 1st, 2023 Architecture Review Board meeting in Palo Alto. Could we have a roll call, please?
Chair Bolte,
Present.
Vice Chair Rosenberg, present. Board Member Chen, here. Board Member Hirsch,
Present.
Board Member Thompson, present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who wish to address this board on any element not on our agenda today?
And no oral communications.
Thank you. Do we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions, staff?
No.
I'd like to have us look quickly at our tabulation of upcoming projects. Are there any new projects that we want to be aware of, please?
New projects include there is a council pre-screening to convert an existing 10,000 square foot movie theater. This is at the Palo Alto Square site into new office space. So that will be moving forward to our council first. And then we'll have a council pre-screening as well for 260 Homer. And that's to amend a development agreement for that currently restricts the amount of space that one or more commercial office tenants can occupy at the property. I think there's interest in a single tenant occupying other existing office space. So if the chair
would, on the first one, the 3,000 El Camino Real, I would like to be on the ad hoc committee for that. Would anyone like to join me on that?
Sure.
Okay, I'd like to appoint myself and Board Member Thompson for that. Unless my colleagues disagree, I don't see the need for an ad hoc committee for the 260 Homer project. So if you could note that, please, staff. Thank you. Okay, city official reports. Anything else?
I think, let's see. So just upcoming upcoming items include the Sobrato development agreement for the Fry site on June 15th, as well as a facade modification. Our house is a retail tenant that's looking to replace the American Girl doll store at Stanford Shopping Center. And then on July 6th, we are looking at having 800 San Antonio Road, which is a larger high-density multifamily development project at its first formal hearing.
Great. Okay, then are we ready to move on with our agenda, staff? All set?
Yes.
Great. Then let's go on to our first item, which is a study session for 640 Waverly, request for preliminary architectural review to allow demolition of a single-family home and to allow development of a proposed 4-story, approximately 10,400 square foot mixed-use development comprised of ground floor office and 3 levels of residential with a basement and below-grade parking. Before we get started, I'll note that we do not need to do disclosures on this. It's a study session. With that, staff, we'll turn it over to you for a staff report, please.
Thank you, board members. Claire Raybold, senior planner. And as you noted, the project before you today is a preliminary review of 640 Waverly. It's a new mixed-use development that's located near Waverly and Forest. Behind, I think it's Lot F, I want to say, in Palo Alto, downtown. And the project includes replacing, so a couple things to note. So per the city's records, it includes replacing 2 existing residences on a 5,227 square foot parcel with a new 4-story mixed-use development, which would include ground floor office and 4 residential units above. In conversations with the applicant, it came to my attention that the existing use of the site might be office. So as part of the formal application, we'll have to research it further and determine whether that was an approved use of the site and how it's being used today, likely based on utility records or other uses. The project includes 5 parking stalls for residential use in the parking garage, which counts as 7 with the ADA. And the applicant also noted to me that there are parking spaces paid into the downtown in lieu. He indicated there were 7 spaces. So again, as a part of any formal application, we'll be reviewing that further. The applicant intends to meet the intent of the objective standards and follow the standard ARB process instead of meeting all of the objective standards. So just to clarify what the project process would be, it's just the standard ARB process. And the project would be subject to the typical ARB findings, the context-based design criteria, the downtown design guidelines, and the CDC zone district requirements. Key feedback that the staff and applicant is requesting and context-based design criteria consistency, especially with thought to the transition and privacy. And we recommend that the board members review the application and provide comments, and no formal action is requested. And with that, I'll turn it back to you and recommend that you hear from the applicant.
Very well. Do we have any questions of staff before we get going? Go ahead, board member.
I have one quick question. It's kind of a small one. So on packet page 13, it had said approximately 10,400 square foot mixed use development. And then the next one, it says 15,000. Can you
Sorry,
please?
there was an error. It should be 10,400.
10,400. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for catching that, Kendra. Could we then, Architect Hayes, if you're ready, let's go for that. I know you know the drill, but please be sure to state and spell your name for the record, and you get 10 minutes.
There's not a clicker? Oh, okay. I would have stayed at home. Those are the old days. Good morning, Chair Balte, members of the board. Good morning, Chair Balte, members of the board. My name is Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects. That's KENHAYES, and I'll be making the presentation on behalf of my clients, James Lynn and Clarissa Shen. While Claire is looking for the presentation, another clarification. So she and I did talk just before the hearing, and the two buildings that are there are commercial, and they are actually in the downtown parking assessment district study. I mean, they're in the role of the downtown parking assessment district as commercial, and the requirement is 7 parking spaces, but they were provided on site, and so there are no parking spaces being assessed. Just a quick clarification. Okay, I can't see that anymore. So, all right. So let me go ahead and start. The project is a mid-block parcel, 50 by 102 feet deep. It has those 2 commercial buildings that are on it that are non-historic that will be deconstructed as part of the project. It is zoned CDCP, pedestrian overlay, and it's surrounded by PF and RM40 properties. Next slide. Next slide. This is aerial. Next slide. 640 Waverly located there. To the 636 Waverly is to the northwest, and it's a 4-story, 50-foot mixed-use building. Next slide is 650 Waverly to the southeast, and that is a Category 2 historic structure. We have letters of support from both the owner of 650 Waverly, Roger McCarthy, and we have a letter of support from the owner of 636 Waverly, Jen Isayama, and both obviously support the project's direction right now. Next slide is 635 Gilman, which is a 5-story, 50-plus foot, mostly residential building. And then behind the building at 640 Waverly is Lot G, and that's fine. Go ahead. Next slide. Existing site views, upper left is 636 Waverly. Just, make note that that side that faces our property, or the 640 property, is a pattern of cutouts and voids and solids to allow light and air to filter down into 636. The photograph to the right of that is from the farmer's market on Gilman. and the stair tower and deep recesses for the 636 project located there, 640 just to the right. The slides at the bottom are essentially the streetscape. The one on the left starting at 635 and kind of progressing to the far northwest side, looking back at the property on the far right. 640 Waverly in the center there is the project site, and that's the building that will be deconstructed. Also note that 650 Waverly next to 635 has a pretty good gap for a driveway. Next slide. So next slide, we'll just run through these. The project statement is to respond to the nature of the site and the context. Next slide, add 4 new homes, including the owner's residence. Next slide, provide ground floor commercial space. Next slide, accommodate residential parking below grade. And the next slide is integrate sustainable systems and features for a net zero goal for the building. Some precedents, next slide. We have Rick Joy's project in Mexico City, which is what we're thinking in terms of the introduction of plant material, light and air for a nice, biophilic response. The building on the right is Bill Ackman's flat, if you will, at the top of an historic building in New York City, designed by Foster. The idea there, the owners love the way that it becomes kind of this pavilion up on the top. And so that was one of their images that they provided to us. Materiality, we're looking at warm, robust, natural materials. Again, the pictures on the top here, we want to create this symbiotic edge to the 636 project with voids for light and air and plant material. And then at the bottom there, ways of shading and providing sun screening and privacy screening. Next slide. Next slide, the site plan, residential entry on the top. Next slide. Next slide is the commercial entry. Next slide is the service entry, which gets to a secondary stair and the garage. Next slide would be the vehicular entry at the driveway to the parking garage, and that'll have to be a one-way driveway, and we'll figure out how to control that with lights, possibly some kind of a warning. Next slide is just referencing table 4 in 1854, says for urban one-way driveways we can be as narrow as 8 feet. Which is a good thing in terms of paving, but we're going to make it 9 feet. Next slide shows the commercial space. The next slide shows the garage, which has an elevator lift that takes the car down to the lower level. The next slide shows the refuse area, and the next slide shows how we take the cans out to the street. And Palo Alto Municipal Code 5.20.130F allows staging bins at the curb line in the street. Next slide is the streetscape, I believe. And the streetscape will load here shortly, and it basically shows that 636 is built to the 0 setback line, and our project is 5 feet back from that. If you go to the next slide, it'll just run through the setbacks along that edge drawing of the street. And so basically it's 0 at 636, it's 5 feet at our project. And then our commercial facade is set back 8 feet, which actually aligns with the porch. Just keep cycling through those, aligns with the porch at the historic building next door. And the idea is for this to kind of expand as one walks towards the historic building and away from the downtown. And somewhere here, there's a diagram that just shows how that space expands from 0 to 5 to 8, allowing one to see the, there you go. And then the next slide will show the edges of the buildings. Boy, I could swear we flattened this thing and reduced it and reduced it. And there shows the alignment. The next slide will give you kind of how the space expands. And then the slide after that. This helps a lot actually to have the iPad here. Just. All right. the objective design standards do have a requirement for a daylight plane when the building next to you is more than 20 feet lower. And so we're trying to comply with the daylight plane. And so this is showing it at 25 feet, 45 degrees. That would be the case for the entire facade common with the historic building until we get to the rear. And at the very rear, we have a stair. And so that stair, there's no way to make it work inside the daylight plane, but that's also well beyond the historic part of the building. And this is only a requirement of the objective standards. It's not in the compatibility standards. It's not in 100 or whatever it is. Next slide, please. Just breaks down the units. I'm going to run out of time. Let's go ahead and just next slide. It shows the planning of the first unit at the second floor is a 1-bedroom. The next slide shows the 2-bedroom at the rear. Both have outdoor spaces, front and back. The next slide shows the screen wall to provide privacy. The next slide shows the vegetated roof with plantings that also will provide privacy for both buildings. This is the floor up, the 3rd floor, front unit. Next slide. Has living space outside. The rear unit is actually the 1st floor of the owner's unit that lives to the back of the space. The next slide will show you a screen wall again. And then the next slide will show some of the biophilic response with the privacy buffer there to give us some privacy to the building to the north. And then the next slide will show the pavilion up on the 4th floor with abundant outdoor space. The next slide will show you sort of the footprint of that unit. And the next slide will show again the screening that comes up from there's a screen wall, and then the screening that comes up from the 3rd floor with the vegetated trees in that recess. And so we're trying to play off the building next door where they've got light and air, we get light and air, yet we've added vegetation. And then the next slide shows the setback, shows the garden. And then this shows a setback from the property line of 22 feet to our pavilion, and we'd be about 25 feet from Mr. McCarthy's building next door. The next few slides are just we have the photovoltaic array on the roof. The roof is a sloping roof, which would be ideal to keep the photovoltaic array flat to the roof. This shows some of the planters as they step up and through the building. This section is actually at the residential entry, the residential stair, and the entry for the James and Clarissa's unit at the 4th floor. The next slide are some 3D views. It shows how we step down from 636 to the main 2-story portion of our building. Shows the setback from the historic structure, not unlike the setback at 635. And of course, the step back pavilion at the roof. The next slide is from the other side. Looking back, you see how the privacy works to the 636 project, the 3rd floor balcony rather, which is the residential balcony of 636, is shielded by a solid wall from looking onto the balcony of 640. And then on 640 at that upper floor, we have a solid wall, but we have a buffer of landscaping. And I don't know the landscaping for 636, but there's a planter there. The next slide, I think, goes to the rear. The 650 side looking from the rear shows how we step down the stair tower kind of to make that transition, the sloping roof of the pavilion, and the deep recess is not unlike 636 at the rear facing parking lot G for solar shading. You can see the beginning of the screen wall. The next slide will show more of a close-up of that. So we have screens towards the front that are more mechanical, and then screens towards the back where we have roof, garden, and trees. And when we get a landscape architect on board, that will all be developed. This is a placeholder right now. Architect's attempt at landscaping. The next slide. A view from the street. You see again how it steps down from 636 to the historic building. You see the 2-story mass there of our building, which then has the balcony on top. There's 3 balconies that overlook the street. The next slide is from the other side. And again, you see the residential entry, which is the tall slot closest to 636. And then the commercial space just on the 1st floor with lots of glass. And then the next slide is just a close-up that shows residential entry. You're still outside for about the first 20 to 25 feet before you actually enter into the building. And we'd be looking for landscaping out in front. And then you have a balcony on top of the commercial space, and then a balcony on top of that, which hopefully will have some skylights in the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the extra time too.
Appreciate your presentation. Before we go to questions, do we have any members of the public who would like to address us on this project?
No, not for this item.
Okay, great. Then bringing it back to the board, do we have any questions for the applicant or staff?
I have one.
Go ahead.
The applicant for the band that's kind of on sort of between the first and second floor that's facing the main street. What's the materiality or thinking behind the materiality of that band?
Below the balcony there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
kind of-
So we're thinking that that is some kind of ACM or metal cladding or standing seam product that would just add some verticality, some texture to the metal, not unlike the slats that we have elsewhere. So to give that kind of orientation and also to separate it from commercial or from residential, so it reads more commercial.
Are the slats considered to be wood, or are they also going to be a metal slat?
So if you're referring to the slats at the residential entry, we need to do more research on that. I'm disappointed, obviously, if it's wood, it's not going to last. Don't know if we would go to a thermally treated wood or to a Shoshugiban or something like that, or whether it's a manufactured product. I mean, it could be metal. Yeah.
Okay, and I guess the same question sort of is, I'm curious about the privacy screen. That's
Same
facing-
material.
It'd be the same material as this residential entry slat material?
Yeah. So if you're referring to that,
Yep,
the privacy, all the other wood-like product would be matching that.
got it.
This is the only part that would be different. Yeah, right.
I see, okay. And sorry, my other question is, for the elevation that's facing the historic resource, I think on our packet page, that's A302. So it's kind of part privacy screen, part concrete, kind of a stepped concrete.
Correct.
Yeah, this is a good image for that. I guess, in your opinion, how much of that concrete wall would be visible? Because the building is kind of low rise and there's maybe some space between the building and that wall?
We have about a foot off of our property line. So there's about 4 feet from the wall of 650 until 650 actually steps. So 650, the historic portion is maybe the front 40 feet. And then that's 3 feet from the property line. And then it steps to about, 8 feet from the property line. So I would say towards the back where the stair is, there's probably 8-9 feet between the two building masses. And then the portion that where it steps down, I envision, planting materials, hanging over the wall of that lower portion from the roof terrace.
Claire, could you back up one slide to 55 out of 59?
And that's probably 18 feet tall.
Yeah, thank you.
The top of that, so the historic building, I believe, is 25 to the peak.
So this is the historic portion in the front,
That's correct.
and then this is non-historic in the back?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that building has 2 levels underground. 2 levels underground.
The historic house?
Yeah, when it was all remodeled.
Okay, and then just so out of curiosity, so this height, sorry, I'm keep drawing on the screen here. So that height there, that's 2 stories tall?
The historic building
that's
is
just
2
1
stories
story.
tall, and the building in back is 2 stories tall.
Got it.
That lower, so our roof, I'd have to look in the drawings,
Sure.
the stair. The stair element, it's about 45 feet.
Yeah, it looks like it goes pretty close to the roof.
And
Yeah, and, the printed sheet A 3.03 shows a pretty good view of that from the rear west elevation. So that one goes, yeah, about 45 feet, it looks like
Right.
from here.
right, about 45 there.
Okay.
And the second floor is at 15'3". So the rest of the lower parapet is 15'3" plus 3'8". So whatever that is, 18, 19 feet. So where it steps down is about 19 feet above the ground.
Just to clarify, I think you mentioned that it's 25 to the peak, but my understanding is it's 25.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's closer to 30 at the peak of the
Okay.
historic because there's a 2 stories, but then it's also raised
Right.
and partially above ground.
I'm pretty sure there's an
first.
elevation sheet, members.
Yeah, A 0.03.
Oh,
is
there you
what I'm
go.
looking
So that
at.
shows the historic profile on A 3.02, shows the historic profile.
That is
So
very
the-
helpful drawing. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yep. Yep, should have referred to there first.
And then I don't know if this is a question for staff or the applicant, but for the historic resource building, is that being used as a residence, 100% residence right now?
My understanding is it is. I don't know if you.
Yes,
know
Mr.
for
McCarthy
sure.
lives there.
Oh, so do you have more?
Right.
I've got something while we're on sheet A 3.02, if that's all right.
I'm good for now. Go ahead.
Okay. Looking at egress windows on this facade, the A 3.02, excuse me. Can you help explain which one of those windows are in bedrooms, which ones need to be egress?
All of the windows on, so the 2 windows that are closest to the stair tower,
Mhm.
on the 3rd floor is an egress window. The window just to the right of that is also an egress window, and the 2 windows to the right of that is an egress window, and the first window is an egress window. If you go to A203, it shows the bedrooms. If you look at A202, the 2nd floor, the first window closest to the stair tower is not an egress window because that's the living room. So it's the other 3 windows on that facade.
And apologies, it's, could you clarify, is it the upper portion that's opening as a casement? Is it the lower portion that's opening as an awning? Can we just get a little clarification to understand those windows operations better?
Yeah, let me. So on 302,
Mhm.
the 2nd floor.
Yep.
The window that is being obscured by some of the concrete wall,
Mhm.
closest to the stair is an egress window. And so
And it's
that'll,
the upper portion?
no, the whole window,
Oh,
it
so,
will be a casement. Yeah.
so if we're looking, just so my clarification, so if we're looking at the 3rd floor, because we can see the whole window there, right?
3rd floor is the whole window.
Right, so that's all one big window. It's not a lower window and an upper window molded together?
Oh, no, most likely it is. Yes. Yeah, but I'm sorry, the window below that, that is on the 2nd floor, that's
Sure.
partially obscured,
Sure,
is an egress window for the, I'm sorry, is a living room window. The window above is the egress window.
Right,
So
okay.
yes, so the 3rd floor window is the egress window. Most likely the top piece would be the operable piece.
okay, excellent. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. So for the basement parking, underground parking, it will be for the residential
Only.
tenants only, right?
Correct.
So for the elevator, does the office tenant have the access to the elevator or just for the?
Just for the residential.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to understand the elevation design, like for the trash room and the car lift, is it on the same level as the office or it's a few feet lower?
Correct. It's a few feet lower. It's very complicated. There's a building section on, it doesn't show it, sorry. We didn't do a section through it. So it's about, I'm going to guess 3.5 feet lower. So you ramp down. So the ramping is all 5% or less. So no hand. It's flat and then it starts to slope where we show the sloping indicated, and that's 5%. and then it flattens out in front of the garage for 5 feet to the garage door, and then it's flat for 5 feet inside the garage, and then it continues to slope at 5%, no handrails, to 5 feet away from the car lift. It flattens out, and you go into the car lift, and the trash enclosure is at that lower level. So you will have to take out bins, the carts, the 96-gallon carts, and roll them. I'm sorry, I don't know if that was part of your question, and roll them up the 5% slope.
And so this is pretty easily, it says clarified on sheet A3.05. Number 2.
Thank you. Yeah.
Would that be the best drawing for this?
It begs the question, Architect Hayes, why did you do this? Why do you bother to lower the parking elevator entrance by 3 feet?
So it's a function of the 4th floor. We originally tried to design this with a single exit building, all right? But the 4th floor, once we have occupancy there, we have to provide a secondary means of egress. And so that rear stair becomes that secondary means of egress that serves that level. And it comes down where it comes down and goes across the top of the garage in order to continue down that straight run stair to what I was calling the service entry. And so to get the cars lower than the stair as it goes across the garage, it needed to drop. And so that's what's driven that.
So it's just sort of design logistics. It's not
Yeah.
a matter of keeping the building height below 50 feet.
No, actually, it was just design logistics. Yeah, in that area, trying to make all the pieces work.
Appreciate the clarification.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, one more question about the privacy wall between 636 and this project. Is there, I saw there are some good size of balcony or terrace for 636. So what's your treatment on the wall? Other than solid wall, will you bring some other?
So what we're showing right now, so the entry to the residence is on the 4th floor. So you come up the elevator, you walk out of the elevator, you're covered, but you're outside. The garden would be to your left. Waverly Street would be to your right. In front of you would be a wall that's most likely concrete or concrete-like right now. And we're thinking it would be a planted wall, plants being sustained by the garden that's at that 4th floor level. Can't see through it. And I think we have it at either 7 feet tall or 8 feet tall. And it's open to the sky where the garden is. So there's no visual connection right there because on the other side, 10 feet away, is the balcony and our windows for the 4th floor of 636.
Right. So what does your neighbor look at? Do they just look at the solid concrete wall there?
The neighbors look at a concrete wall that's 11 feet away, that's 8 feet high, correct?
Okay.
They look at a lot of concrete wall on their own building, so I'm assuming they like concrete.
Thank you.
Okay.
Board Member Hirsch, question?
Yes. So the actual entry to the building is set back 25 feet and you have a passageway with openings on it. Are they actually openings?
No.
They'll be, as you know, you can't have openings on a property line. So yeah, so they'll be infilled with transparent wall. So
Okay.
it'll be a window.
But there's really the neighboring building at that point is only about a foot away or so. So,
But that's
it's just-
also
yeah.
opposite the courtyard, not the courtyard, but the recess of the neighboring building.
okay.
So
there's more light
it's a
coming
big
in.
void. Yeah.
Okay.
So light would come in. It's just for light. So the idea is that'll probably be translucent or something. Yeah.
Regarding how you get the garbage from the units to the garbage location, can you explain that?
Absolutely. And we've talked with Green Waste. And what we're proposing is, I believe, 6 96-gallon cans for the residential component of the building and either 2 or 3 for the commercial. Also, it'll all be in totes, I guess they call them, the wheeled things, not a container. They will need to be brought to the street for pickup, just like they are done at 650 Waverly, just like it is done at 636 Waverly. And on trash day, they would be brought out and staged there and then put away.
So, the question was, how do you get from the unit to the
Oh.
garbage location with the garbage?
Right. So you would, I'm assuming that, well, I'm not assuming, all the residential tenants have access to the garage via the elevator in the building. That elevator down to the garage, when they leave in the morning, either on their bike or in their car, they would have their garbage with them. They could come up the lift, put the garbage in the trash room and leave the building. Or alternatively, they could, leave the front entrance and walk around into the service entrance and put it in that way, whichever would be more convenient for them. Or they could take the elevator down to the first floor, walk around, or down to the basement. And, well, you couldn't take the car lift up from the basement. So you'd have to, if you're doing that without your car, you'd have to come around. Man, I guess you could take the car lift up. Put your bike on it.
It's a little remote for the people in the building to get to deposit. Never considered the possibility of a chute for some of that.
We did not consider a chute on this building.
Okay. So to understand a little better, you would have to go down to the basement level and come back up to the garbage level, which is on the partial first floor, lower first floor. Okay.
Correct.
In terms of, everybody's discussed materiality, but I think that's really basically the question I had. So the garbage is sort of a major question on my mind. That's the only one that I really have at the moment. Okay, it's very complicated to understand the building, but thank you for the explanation. It comes a lot clearer when you're finished with that.
There's a lot packed in.
Very much so. Okay.
Thanks. Architect Hayes, if I recall right, on the second floor of 636 Waverly, on the left-hand side, the glass wraps around the corner there.
Yeah, but it's not glass. I mean, it's glass, but it has a concrete wall behind it.
I'm talking about your neighbor's building.
Correct.
So you're saying it's a glass, but there's no habitable space behind it?
So it's a firewall. So it's a concrete wall with glass in front of it.
Right.
You can't see through it.
Does your building put a new concrete wall in front of that glazed wall though?
Does this
On the second floor?
we're 5 feet back, yes.
Okay, because I remember a previous application on this project, the neighbor at 636 at the time was quite upset with the way some of these concrete walls on the proposal were affecting their building. And it's very hard to understand how this really impacts 636 Waverly. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to judge what's
right.
apparent.
So 636 does have concrete and glass up to that, and then glass at the second floor. At the front, I think at the front 15 feet probably, going back into the site. It is a property line wall. Our building is 5 feet back. So anything beyond the 5 feet will be obscured with our building up to that second floor. And then we open up basically. So where 636 opens up with terraces, our building opens up with terraces as well. Bless you. So at that third floor and at the fourth floor.
Yeah, it was the second floor I was wondering about. Parking situation in this building. I'd like to understand why there's no commercial parking, or just I want to understand what the rules are at play. Secondly, I'd like to understand, have we checked that it's okay to have all ADA parking below grade using a lift? In the past, that wasn't something that was permissible. I remember another applicant had a similar party and they were struggling finding ADA spaces at grade. It'd be awfully hard in a disabled person to use that lift if you had to ride the car down.
I'm not aware of any requirement, and building didn't comment on any concerns with providing ADA parking at grade. I know that if you provide any parking at grade, you must also provide ADA parking.
But it's okay to have ADA parking accessible only by a car lift. That's the question mark. And I guess that's to Architect Hayes, just to be sure you got that one
Yeah,
straight.
right.
So, but really the question is more,
You're
can you
right.
just address, please, the parking count and how you're
Yeah.
confident that this is going to meet code?
So it is 5 total stalls. So I was trying to clarify, it counts as 7 because our code counts ADA parking spaces twice, but there are only 5 actual stalls that are being proposed on the site. Now, Transportation's comments on this preliminary review is asking, that any formal application provide a little bit more clarity about maneuvering in that below garage space to make sure that it all works. So that was something we'll be looking for when we review for the formal application. I think Architect Hayes mentioned that it's not actually paid into the district. I don't think they have any spaces actually paid into the district at this point in time. For multifamily and commercial uses other than hotel, Assembly Bill 2097 does state that you cannot require a minimum parking requirement if you're within a half mile of a major transit stop. So this is within a half mile of the University Avenue Caltrain station, and so therefore does not require them to provide any parking. If you are going to provide parking, then you do have to meet all the standards in terms of ADA parking and EV parking based on how many spaces you provide. So hopefully that
So
clarifies.
as I read the plans, I see 5 places for 5 vehicles,
Mhm.
2 of which are ADA vehicles, and there's 4 apartments here.
Right.
One of which is certainly large enough that the owners are likely to have 2 vehicles.
Mhm.
So I understand what the state law is telling us, but from a practical point of view and what the citizens of our town are going to think, it seems dramatically underparked. Is that a fair statement? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, and we would require a TDM plan as, per our standard requirements under 1852 of the code. And so,
yeah, I just want to be, it's not really our purview to count the parking spaces, and I don't want our board to be going there, but I do want to be clear to the public that we're aware of this. And that's what I'm hoping you can respond to, too, that the staff is also aware that this is meeting the law.
we are aware of this.
Great, great. Okay, so then I think,
I have
more
one more.
questions? Go
Yeah,
ahead, go
sorry,
ahead.
one more question. So in terms of the design thinking for the project, I can see there's some relationship to the adjacent building that I'm looking on the image here. I forget the address, the non-historic building. But in terms of your design thinking, was there any kind of nods or deference to the historic building as well that you can point out to us?
Well, the main deference to the historic building is giving it space, not trying to be like it, but to kind of frame it. That's actually something that Roger McCarthy is the owner of the historic building, and he actually pointed that out in his letter. He likes the way that we've given him space on both sides to kind of sort of highlight the historic building. And then to step back from it, I think we've made a considerable effort to try to be, put the mass towards the taller 636 building and provide deference to the historic building. We're not necessarily trying to be like the historic building at all. We'd rather be part of today than yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues?
Very hopefully minor ones. It looks like in the sections that you're planning on using concrete floors in between the levels.
Right now, yeah.
Okay. And again, this is way too nitpicky for where you guys are, but mechanical systems, things like that will all be softened down.
For distribution, if we use air,
Okay,
we would, yeah, soften it down or create areas within where we have like core
Mhm.
hallways, that sort of thing, where we could lower the ceilings there and then
Okay.
blow out the sides. I mean,
Perfect.
ideally, I'd like to keep it exposed.
excellent. Okay, and then your floor to floor heights look to be about 10 foot 6 inches.
For the residential,
Yeah.
okay?
And then so we'd assume that your
Yeah.
ceiling height is somewhere around 9 foot 6 inches for the residential.
Yeah, the slab
Great.
will probably be, 10 to 12 inches thick.
Excellent. That's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I have an additional question for you, Ken. You didn't mention the angle of the roof line. Well, you mentioned it earlier in the discussion. But do you propose that in some sense as a recognition of the difference between one side of the building and the other? And kind of a deference to the historic building?
In a way, you're
I
right.
mean,
Yeah, true. So we do
it's a
have this.
part of that, isn't
The
it?
slope,
Is
the
it not?
sloped roof.
Yeah, okay.
Certainly doesn't come from 636,
No,
right? Yeah.
right. And that creates.
Sorry, I didn't mention that.
You didn't really, but it seems pretty obvious, so I just thought I'd mention it. But on the other hand, I mean, I'll get to it maybe a little later in the comments, but the actual slab that somebody's standing on your rendering here, at the very edge, as it reaches out over the sort of the height of the neighboring building, in relative to the height, it doesn't obviously extend over the height, still fairly far back. But it is also kind of a very evident corner, that very corner. I wonder if you thought about how that's going to relate just as a corner.
You're talking about the corner at the fourth floor, right?
Mhm. Yes, I
Yeah.
am. Mhm.
So certainly be a dramatic corner. We have, I believe, the front face of that. So we went around and around. I mean, at one point we had a vertical wall parallel with the depth of the lot or the depth of the building that dropped there, similar to 636. And we felt like that was a little bit too bold and a little bit too close and overwhelming for the historic building. So we thought that by removing that wall and letting the slab slope, I believe that, so our main facade at the third floor there is 5 feet back from 636. I believe the next slab at the fourth floor is another 5 feet back, which is hard to tell in this.
Very hard,
in
yeah.
this this view. So we're 10 feet back and trying to lessen sort of the scale of that, but still provide a base for the pavilion on the fourth floor.
I see. Okay. Yes, that dimension back doesn't really appear in this.
Sorry, it would be 8 feet back. That's on the floor plan.
Mhm. So you'd see it. And then how does that relate to the roof line then of the historic building?
So that essentially lines up with the face of the porch. And it lines, the 8 feet would line up with the face of our commercial space below as well. So if you will, the block that defines the first 2 floors is the face of that concrete is 5 feet back. The face of the commercial piece on the first floor is 8 feet back. The face of the balcony at the fourth floor is 8 feet back. The porch at the historic building is 8 feet back.
Relationship, but it's hard to pick that, to understand that corner. And it seems like to me a very important corner of the
I
building.
agree. There's some other views, Board Member Hirsch, on 401. And on 402, the upper left. So 402, the upper left, kind of from the sidewalk view. And 401, lower right, kind of gives you a little bit more
Mhm.
perspective there.
Mhm.
Okay, David? Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, and then 403, if you want to see what the relationship is like from 636 members, go to 403. There are three views there. Well, the two right-hand views, top and bottom, are from the 636 model, looking towards the new project. So the bottom one is from the third floor residential front balcony, kind of looking back into the site. And so where they're let in, we're let in. Yet we want to try to provide screening with plant material. And then the upper one is the fourth floor looking towards the other balcony. We took the plant material off of the planters at 636. There could be more study, I think, if privacy was more of it was an issue, but I believe this was reviewed with the neighbor as well.
Okay, can we get into some comments? Board Member Hirsch, are you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so you can take a seat, please, Architect Hayes. To my colleagues, our task is to provide feedback on this project, but not to formulate opinions about the project. That has to come with a formal application. So what I'd like to do is just go through a round of comments of everybody's about the building. And then I want to be sure that we focus, if we can, to give a collective opinion at the end of some feedback to the architect. So who would like to start? Osman?
Okay, thank you. In the past, we've been allowed to give opinions during study sessions.
Well, that's why I was saying it's complicated. Of course, we're giving opinions, but the lawyer tells us not to formulate an opinion. So please don't formulate an opinion.
Okay,
And just
Always
to
have an
read
open
from
mind.
packet page 13, no formal direction is to be provided to the applicant, and board members should refrain from forming and expressing opinions either in support or against the project.
in support or against project, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's an important caveat.
Prior to stating your opinion, please state that you're not stating your opinion.
Okay, well, thanks so much for the presentation. I had a chance to look at the site. It's such an eclectic street. There's so many different styles on there. And it was kind of, I think you're in a funny, tricky spot because you're in between two very different styles of building. And in general, I appreciate, your response when I was kind of asking you about balancing deference to both sides. Our job on the ARB involves thinking about context-based design. And that street is so varied that at some point my mind is, well, this context is so varied, and I kind of want to think about what is the context of the future? Like what do I want the context to be in the future? And I think there's some really good seeds in terms of the precedents that you showed us. My overall comment is that I do think the building shows a bit too much deference to 636. It almost feels like a sister project to that building. And I think it wants to be different. I think it wants to kind of stand on its own 2 feet and be something like, you're right, 636 is maybe today, but I want to push this project to be tomorrow. I want this project to be more eco-friendly, more biophilic, more like all of these seeds that kind of came in your presentation. There's, continuing education courses, which I recently finished. And the zero net carbon AI 2030 challenge is really admirable. And I think there's a lot of stuff that, we think about as architects, but I think also physically to manifest that as part of the design. It's not even just that you chose a concrete that has less cement in it, but there's also this aesthetic thing of like, does it appear as a green building? Does it appear as something much more advanced than maybe the building at 636, which is a very concrete looking, and there's other articles about concrete and gray buildings contributing to mental health, anxiety, and all that stuff. So, I would encourage more sort of the biophilic materials to come to the front a bit more. So the wood slat sort sort of typology, that tectonic that you have going on your side elevations, I'd encourage bringing some of that to the front. Maybe your guardrails are not clear. Maybe they have that language in there, and that sort of speaks to having more of that biophilic presence. Or maybe there's more planters in the front. I kind of just want to sort of push this project to be a bit more, given that street is so different, you have liberties in that way. I think you don't have to pay deference one side to the other, but you can kind of be something new and be different. So yeah, and the roof line, I was thinking that, the roof line, maybe this is this deference to one side or the other, but I would encourage you to even push it more. I'm not attached to that roof line. Have it stand on its own. Is that the right angle for sun? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe it needs to be canted on the back a little bit more to face the south. I wouldn't worry about it so much in that way. So that's one general comment. For the facade elevation that faces the historic building, I do have concerns that maybe that concrete wall along that side might be too much blank wall on that side. Not just that side, but also the side that faces the parking lot in the back. That stair tower, I might encourage more to be done with that in terms of patterning or visual interest. It just feels very blocky and it stands out and it's quite visible because that area is pretty low rise around it. So I might encourage more treatment along the sides for that stair tower. But yeah, so to summarize, I think sort of more warm materials, more wood, more green, and the roof line and the side elevation are sort of my three main comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Thompson. Anybody else eager to chime in?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thanks again. And I think it's a very challenging site to do a lot of stuff on this narrow and deep site. And my comments are focused on two areas. One is the trash room, as Board Member Hirsch mentioned. I think there are some functional issues there. I would like next time on the formal application, I would like to see more thoughts about how trash are disposed and collected. And also for the privacy wall, and also the stair tower, the stair tower. I think I would suggest you to put more thoughts on the concrete wall instead of just the solid concrete wall. We could put more treatments on that, especially on the 636 side, because currently there are some good size south-facing terrace on that side, but right now you block the view, just provide them a cold, big, solid concrete wall. I think there are some issues there. Yeah, I think third and fourth. So I would suggest you to put more thoughts on that part. So trash room and privacy wall, that's my two comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Chen. You go next? Okay.
Thank you again for the presentation. My comments are pretty minimal. So, and echoing what my previous two board members have also stated, basement parking and traffic flow, just take a second pass at that, really working how those cars will get in and out. The maneuverability of them, I think, is going to be, worth noting and dashing in to show how the cars will maneuver around that space. The trash chute or the trash room is kind of an issue. Maybe there is the possibility for a trash chute next to the elevator, something like that, or there's a secondary for the residences, something like that, where the main trash room is for commercial, something's a little bit different for the residences. So I would definitely take another look at that. That's a pretty important item. The concrete wall at the historic side, it could just use a little bit of breaking up, just something a little bit more. I get it. I get why you did it the way you did. I'm sort of a minimalist and a brutalist of preference, but I think that could just, again, just a second pass at it. The rear facade, I'm probably the only one with this opinion. I'd probably take a second look at that rear facade, especially at the commercial level. Something about it just feels a little abrupt. So just that ground floor of the rear facade. And then I would just encourage you to have a landscape plan, a little bit more info on those plants, since those are so integral to the project. Do me a favor, label the floor to floor heights. We love to see that. And label the emergency egress windows on the one facade. That's it. Those are my comments.
Board Member Hirsch?
Yes, so thank you for Board Member Chen to pick up on my concerns for the garbage, and I think she really stated it the way I'm concerned about it as well, because I think it gets to be a little too difficult to get there with your garbage. You have to sort of be wanting to take a car out of the garage at the time that you're throwing your garbage out in order to really get there. So I'm asking for some more study of that aspect of it. The comments that were made about the staircase in the far back, ultimately, maybe there'll be in the lot behind it, there'll be perhaps a building on that in some day. I mean, when Palo Alto decides they might like to move the farmer's market, it would be I've always felt a very good area for a housing building that fits in with the existing buildings that are pretty tall adjacent to it on Forest. And hope they give you enough clearance there. So I think your drawing on a 0.03 really demonstrates what you see from the street, and prospectively things that are even very tall in the back of the building or fairly tall really prospectively do not appear that way from the street side at all when you really are walking on the street. And this building kind of snugs up against its neighbor and is respectful on the other side of the historic building by keeping those distances, and was really well planned that in that respect. I've been looking at this element at the top of the building and thinking somehow or other there's an opportunity up there to do more than what you've just done with this straight angle. I almost feel like it should fly by itself, should be an element that is a little bit different, prospectively perhaps as well. The pieces of it that come forward could come further forward. It doesn't have to be, everything doesn't have to be rectangular and follow the form. And, you may not have an exactly clean kind of solar piece to the top of it, but so what? I mean, it still would be effective, no matter. So it strikes me that it should be a thing by itself. It should be an element that kind of flies off a little bit from the building and go maybe in two different directions, in terms of angling it, maybe does something more like that and sits by itself and makes the building kind of end with a flourish. Let me put it that way, a design flourish. I feel like what I mentioned, the step back issues of the front of the building, even though you described them as further back, I wondered if you wouldn't be able to notch that slab on the third floor, so that it sort of was a little more respectful towards fourth floor. Yes, fourth floor. So, I mean, as you study the building a little bit more, these are sort of details, but especially the one on the rooftop, becomes very important and gives a distinct quality to that building, a little bit different than your neighbor which you've already designed. And, it'll set it out, I think, as a more distinct building. I agree with Board Member Thompson. I think she didn't really say it specifically, but I hate the fact that we can't use wood in some way or more natural materials on the front of the building. And it's something that you really spoke to as well in the beginning in describing the way it was going to feel, the building, because of the materiality. And so maybe it's better to go back to considering some wood materials on this building and soften the feel of it in that respect. Otherwise, I mean, I know that you do a good job in plantings and so on, and that you'll do it that way. The present wall, I guess, is growing up on the building next door in the back and certainly is a better look to the outside in the back and seems to make a lot of sense. And that you would continue to develop the landscaping in that manner that it continues to soften the concrete look. But in terms of the images of this building on the block, I mean, it's very clear it's relating to its own neighbor, which you've already designed. So, I mean, I think that the two of them, no matter what you do, they're a pair, they are a pair on the block. And I like that entry into the modern era and what you'll feel like inside the building, which is something that if you were doing a kind of a real estate view of the whole thing, it would be quite exciting. You walk through these buildings and they come to these open areas and you flow outside. But I think it needs a little more formal treatment in the front as described. And I don't know if I have any comment really about the back of the building, except that it's going to be further back and you don't see it from the street. So, and it probably will not be seen from the other side either at some point in the future. So thank you for that. It's a very interesting study of the way in which you can deal with three-dimensionality here on a relatively small site. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Okay, I support what my colleagues are saying. Certainly, practical things like the trash room access is just not solved yet. I strongly agree with what Board Member Thompson started out, that the materials just aren't warm enough. I'm concerned that 636, in my opinion, is too much concrete, too stark, too tall for downtown, for the neighborhood. I think that design got away from architect Hayes a little bit, and it's just too tall, the concrete, and even the execution of it was also a little bit less than perfect. And I really hate to see, I know. I'd hate to see that repeated. So the back stair tower, for example, I think is just too much, and you can't repeat that again. It just won't fly. So you got to do something else to that 30, 40, 50-foot tall wall of concrete facing the farmer's market. People see that every day walking down Gilman Street, walking around town, and it's just too tall. It's too blank. It's too much of a piece of concrete. What Board Member Thompson was alluding to, trying to bring in more materials, consider bringing in more eco-friendly, biophilic materials, things that are native, that are landscape, that are soft, that are looking to the future, not just the present of brutalist concrete. I support that very strongly. So I know those are generic terms and just ideas, but you have a very talented architect, and you can take that, I'm sure. I also looked at the fourth floor roof, and looking at the elevations, I was stuck thinking this is a nod. My initial thought was this is some sort of nod to Palo Alto's residential style, and that just didn't fly. Looking at the 3D renderings and listening to you describe it more, I can buy what you're doing. I think the comments from my colleagues, however, are spot on, that you could do any other number of forms, shapes, ideas up there to the same level of success. The sloped roof now is useful for the photovoltaics, and it's useful for nodding that the building is stepping down. But compositionally, I think there's any number of ways you can treat that, and I'd be interested to see what you come up with on that. I'm going to come back to what I was saying earlier. I think the building steps down nicely to make the distinction between the neighbor on the left, the historic house, and the building on the right, which is a fairly tall building that goes out to the envelope. What it doesn't do, however, is step down by material selection, by design style. You're still repeating the expressed concrete structural grid on the face quite strongly. And it really would be great to see you try to find a way to make a nod towards it being halfway residential as well, through the material choice and material expression. Again, those are generic senses, but with this architect, I'm reluctant to be specific. Then I would like to just comment to the owner about the parking situation. You don't have enough parking places for the cars that you're going to have in this building. And regardless of what the code of the law says, it's responsible of you to find a way to park the people who live there. Otherwise, they're just going to park on the street, and that's just not fair. So find a way to make it work. There's ways to get a few more spaces so that you actually, what's called park your building. I get that you're not going to do that for the commercial park, but to underpark the residential section just seems to me wrong. And so we're not going to be able to, in 1 second, Ken, we're not going to be able to force you to do anything, it seems like. But just the force of persuasion, consider doing something more, because it's not enough right now. So I've heard a pretty consistent set of comments from my colleagues. I'd like to give Architect Hayes a chance to come up and address, respond, question anything we've said. Does anybody else have anything they want to add or clarify? So Architect Hayes, why don't you were raising your hand for a second, but I want to hear your response to what we've said, and if there's any questions from you, or is it clear, the feedback we're giving you?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Balte. What I was raising my hand initially because what's really made this project feasible at this time is the fact that we don't need to provide commercial parking. And so AB 2097 gave us the window to be able to do this, because the issue comes, we started this project before we started 636 Waverly. James and Clarissa hired us in 2012. And somehow Dave Kleiman's project got ahead, and the city, we worked out, zoning compromises that made that project happen. We were not afforded the same opportunity when we came in months later on James and Clarissa's project. So by only having residential parking in the garage, which we're not required to provide because of AB 27, but obviously James thinks the residential parking for sure is needed, we would have to make the driveway 16 feet wide. Or 12 feet wide. It sort of renders the narrowness of the site very problematic to try to provide parking on a 50-foot mid-block site where you have to provide a driveway that's 16 feet wide. It's just a non-starter, right? And so we've elected to provide the residential parking, and that means that we can get, a driveway that's 7 feet narrower and still provide landscaping and kind of give that floor area back to the building. So that's sort of what's enabled us to move forward in the last 6 months with this application. It's not a lot of commercial floor area. It's about 400 square feet more than what's there today. Okay. So clear, Chair Balte, you're consistent with what you said in 2017 when we came in with that application. So I appreciate the consistency. We'll see what we can do in terms of our response. I do like the idea of working with concrete. Board Member Thompson, I totally get the concrete is not the best of building materials from an environmental standpoint. We are investigating low carbon concrete for this, which reduces the GHG by 40%. And so that's a start. But what I do like about concrete is that we don't have to decorate it. All right. We don't have to apply something to the concrete that's going to wear out, that's going to take more energy, that's going to take, you name it. You have the concrete, you have a finished material that's going to last for, 75 years or whatever. So I think it is green from that standpoint. And if you ever were to demolish the building, concrete actually reabsorbs quite a bit of the carbon that was, or the greenhouse gases.
Architect Hayes, if you could excuse me, the request is for you to ask clarifying questions of anything we've said.
Oh my God! Given an opportunity.
Exactly right. You've not been given that opportunity.
I like. Yeah, I'm pretty clear. Yeah, we can have fun with the fourth floor. Thank you. That would be great. I'm still going to work with concrete. And we'll work on ways to try to warm it up. I love the idea of trying to make it be great to look at the building and just feel like it's a biophilic response to the air and the light and the plants. So thank you. Yeah, I know you have a long day.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, let's close this topic and take a 10-minute break, shall we? So we'll get back in session at 10 o'clock sharp, say. item of business is a study session to review the draft North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan. So could we have a staff report on that, please?
Yes, thank you. And we have our consultants that are online. So Mark, if you just bring up the presentation, then I'll begin there. But thank you. I'm Sheldon Hussing, Principal Planner with the city. And we also have our consultants from Perkins and Will. Mark Asmus will also be presenting some slides, as well as we have members from our transportation staff available. Next slide, please. So I just want to provide a little context here before we launch into the details and kind of how we got here, because I know this is the first time that the ARB has kind of formally seen this project. The other boards and commissions have seen different iterations of this. So it's all started with the adoption of the city's comprehensive plan back in 2017 that stated that there's a policy regarding establishing a coordinated area plan in the North Ventura area. The plan was initiated in 2017. Shortly thereafter, goals and objectives were adopted by the council that would help shape this plan, and staff and the working group that was formed would follow these goals and objectives. So the council did appoint members of the working group, and they met on components of the plan for 17 meetings or so. They worked on developing alternatives that eventually went to the Planning Commission and on to the City Council for consideration. The council did endorse a preferred plan, and further refinements were made late last year. Staff and its consultants took the council's direction on the preferred plan and made some tweaks and developed a draft planning document that you see before you this morning. So all this was going on, we've still been accepting development applications, and those development applications are called pipeline projects. They don't have to be consistent with the NVCAP. They just need to be consistent with the existing zoning that's going on right now. So most notably, these projects, as you may know, are like the Mike Spikes location, the Sobrato project, as well as the project on Lambert. So next slide, please. So we're asking the ARB this morning to do the study session objectives. So we're seeking the confirmation that the draft NVCAP provides aesthetic and design principles that substantially support the council's endorsed plan. Also provides aesthetic and design principles that substantially support the stated goals and objectives from the council for the plan. And third would be conveys urban design principles that are achievable. You guys are experts in this field, so we're looking to you to ensure that what we're putting forward kind of makes sense, it's practical for those that would use it, the plan. Next slide, please. So we've conducted robust outreach, including workshops, working group meetings, stakeholder group meetings, online surveys, and we've previously met with the council, the HRB, and the PTC, the Parks Commission. And as I mentioned, it's the first time we're coming before you with the draft plan. So this is a good part in the process for you to get involved with, since we have a lot more detail. Next slide, please. There are some requirements that are required in the plan from our municipal code for coordinated area plans. It's in chapter 1910. These are the 6 that we've included. We have this also an attachment in your packet. And part of the question that we asked is, are we consistent with that? So we do have those available. So these are things that we can't remove from the plan, but they are, they have to be included in the plan as part of the process. Next slide, please. Necessarily of the council, but I can just say that they are included in the attachment that demonstrates how the plan is consistent with these goals. In addition, throughout the document, we have insets that state the goal. So where certain parts of the plan are consistent, we highlight those to make those connections for people. So that's just a way of us to bring everything together. For the objectives, it's similar. These objectives help guide the development of the draft. The working group, as well as consultants and staff, have reviewed these to ensure that we're consistent. There's also another attachment that demonstrates that consistency. Next slide, please. Here's where we'll drop off and let our consultant, Mark Asmus, provide this for the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheldon. Good morning, board members. My name is Mark Asmus with Perkins and Will. I am the project manager for the consultant team, and Thank you for having me today. So I wanted to first start off with a bird's eye view of the plan area as it is today. Approximately 60 acres, bounded by the Caltrain rail corridor to the east, El Camino to the west, Oregon Expressway and Page Mill Road to the north, and Lambert Avenue to the south. This entire plan area is within the half-mile radius or a 10-minute walk distance from the California Avenue Caltrain station. So an incredibly viable TOD, TOC type of transit-oriented community type of space. I'll also say that the notable sites within the planned area include the Matadero Creek Channel and buildings associated with the cannery. So then moving into the council endorsed plan, this is an aspirational vision for the future with a series of flexible frameworks that will help guide intentional growth and investment for the next 20 years. This includes a land use framework that allows up to 530 new dwelling units. The land use designations and the subsequent zoning will allow for a variety of different housing typologies and price points to support Palo Alto residents at different stages of life. There's a mobility network that really envisions a safe, low stress, multimodal street network that seamlessly connects to transit, both Caltrain and BTA bus service, and integrates into the larger citywide transportation network. There's an ecological framework that supports the city's climate action plan, which includes a new 2.25 acre public park, as well as the renaturalization of the Matadero Creek Channel. And then finally, we have an urban form framework that allows for high density development along major corridors like El Camino, Park Boulevard, while sensitively responding to existing contexts such as single family homes and the cannery building. All of this is just a couple of the notable highlights of the NBCAP, which is very closely aligned with the guiding principles and policies that have been put forward as part of the comprehensive plan to really create a transit-oriented, mixed-use, mixed-income, walkable neighborhood. So in terms of the document itself, the NBCAP is about 160 pages. It's organized into 7 chapters. Chapter 1 is an introduction on the physical and regulatory context. Chapter 2 really outlines the long-term vision, the urban design vision for the transformation of both the built and the natural environment. Chapters 3 through 6 are design standards and guidelines focused on the public realm, streets, parks, and buildings. And then finally, Chapter 7 is implementation actions, including infrastructure improvements, capital projects, and funding and financing strategies. So now I'm just going to very quickly go into a little more detail on some of the key parts of the plan. The first being the transition of commercial properties to mixed use and residential. So the NVCAP land use framework is principally focused on the development and construction of more housing. So parcels that are currently zoned commercial will become mixed use zoning upon the adoption of the plan. Now, there will be grandfather provisions and regulations that will be put into place to ensure that existing commercial properties will be able to continue to operate during this time of transition. I'll also say that mixed-use zoning does allow for new commercial uses. However, it will be capped at 5,000 square feet. There is a very clear definition of what is the sidewalk zone, which is consistent with the objective design standards that are already put into place in the municipal zoning code. And as you all know, the sidewalk zone is organized into 3 distinct areas: the frontage zone, the sidewalk zone, which includes the pedestrian clear and landscape furnishing area, and the street zone. And then once the plan is adopted, the standards for sidewalk width, setbacks, and allowable features will be incorporated into proposed projects as they come online. So the public realm also covers and provides guidance around pedestrian paving, exterior light fixtures, wayfinding and signage, and public art. All of this is really about creating a unified and concerted effort to really accentuate and celebrate the qualities that make the North Ventura neighborhood special and unique today. So for building heights, the urban form framework establishes allowable heights that range from 2 to 5 stories. The taller heights allowances are along El Camino and the eastern side of Park Boulevard, adjacent to the rail corridor, as well as select sites that have been designated for the potential for affordable housing projects. The plan requires a minimum of 15 feet floor to ceiling heights for new mixed-use development to promote a more inviting pedestrian experience. And as I mentioned earlier, the framework responds to existing sensitive areas with lower heights and step-down requirements adjacent to existing single-family homes, as well as the cannery building. For ground floor edges, the highest concentration of required retail and active uses is located along El Camino Real. But with that being said, we are encouraging active uses in other parts of the plan, including along Park Boulevard, Portage, Page Mill, and Lambert. And we have defined active edges within the NBCAP to really accommodate a much wider range of commercial activities, including some of the more traditional type of local shops and cafes, but also including things like maker spaces, co-working spaces, and neighborhood serving professional services like a dental office. In terms of the adaptive reuse of the cannery, the NVCAP very much supports the adaptive reuse of the cannery building, both the primary cannery structure on Portage Avenue, as well as the one-story wood frame office building on Ash Street. And there is an implementation action that is included in the NVCAP that directs staff upon the first year after the adoption of the plan to explore the nomination of the cannery to the California or National Register of Historic Places or Palo Alto's historic inventory, whichever is appropriate, deemed by decision makers like yourself and City Council. And then finally, there are other design contents that are included in the NVCAP document, including typical street sections, park and open space, high-level standards and guidelines, the naturalization of the Matadero Creek, as well as bird-safe design standards for new development that exceeds a certain glazing threshold. So with that, I will pass it back to Sheldon.
Thank you, Mark. So from here, this is a table that's in the plan document. It's a requirement of the municipal code for coordinated area plans. It's a crosswalk table that shows really the relationship and connection between the NVCAP and its land uses and the zoning. So on the left-hand side, for instance, column, you see, for example, high density mixed use as a land use designation in the plan. What we're anticipating for density for that designation is between 61 and 101 units per acre. So we're specifically not stating there's a minimum or a maximum. We're just saying this is anticipated density based upon a building type that you can put forward that meets the code. The maximum height in that case is 55 feet, and that ranges from 30 to 55 feet. Our FAR for that example is 3.0, but they do vary from low density 0.45 to 3.0. And then our allowed zoning districts, these are brand new zoning districts that we've come up with. So they would start with the designation of NV, which is North Ventura, and then MXH for mixed use, high density, and so forth. Next slide. In your packet is also how we would implement this in the zoning codes. This is very important, and we want to provide you with the draft development standards and see how this all fits together. So we have, for instance, permitted and conditionally permitted uses. We also have development standards, and these are drawing from those guidelines and standards that are within the NBCAP and bring it into one place and space within the zoning code. And this is where these districts are different than the other zoning districts that you're more accustomed to. So that is a part of the packet. I would say in terms of your focus today, if we can get through the NVCAP, that would be the preference there. If there is time, then we can get into some of the zoning information, but we are planning on having a subsequent and follow-up study session with ARB that we can focus on the zoning so you can spend more time with it. Next slide. There is environmental review that's required. So we are now drafting a supplemental environmental impact report that tiers from the comprehensive plan EIR. So far, we've completed the notice of preparation component, and the next step is to complete our administrative draft and release a public circulation document for 45 days during the summer. Next slide. So next steps here, we're conducting now study sessions. We had a study session last night with the PTC. So I'll just pause there and just give you a little summary about what happened last night. So they looked at the entire document. They didn't look at any of the zoning that's coming up next for them. So it was a big document for them to kind of handle, but they focused on how to treat height and transitions in the plan. I think that was something that they brought up that was a concern for them. They discussed economic feasibility. They discussed ensuring that any office is neighborhood serving, as well as ensuring that there's a mix of residential unit sizes. I think those are the ones that trying to relate to maybe some of the things that you'd be discussing today. But it was a very good session with a lot of feedback that we had from them. So we have this study session today. We have a study session with the Historic Resources Board next week that's going to focus on historic resources. And then we plan on having follow-up study sessions with the ARB and the PTC. As I mentioned, we'll release the draft EIR as well in the summertime. And then that'll kind of work ourselves towards getting a preparation of a final document that we get a recommendation from the PTC. That's a requirement in the code that we get a recommendation from the PTC. We don't need a formal recommendation from any other body. And then we would go forward to the council late this year for adoption of the plan. So next slide, please. So again, you'll hear, want you to focus on how this plan, what we presented, you get confirmation on whether it provides aesthetic and design principles that substantially support the council's endorsed plan. We have an attachment for that, as I mentioned, to provide some guidance, as well as principles and design aesthetic that substantially support stated goals and objectives. And then thirdly, conveys urban design principles that are achievable. So just think about your expertise and how you think this plan would be best towards implementation. Next slide. So that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheldon. Do we have any public comments on this before we go any further?
No public comments.
Okay, so we'll bring this back to the board. Okay, colleagues. Vice Chair Rosenberg and I reviewed this with staff earlier in the week. It's a huge package of stuff, and we wanted to try to structure our discussion so we can be productive. What seems to make the most sense is if you go to sections 3 and 6 of the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, there are quite a few elements in there that I think are directly of interest to us. So my proposal is that we focus our comments today on the content of those two sections. Taken me a while to get my head around this, that we're reviewing a coordinated area plan. It's a rather broad zoning guideline, but it's not actually enacting zoning code changes. We're going to be asked to comment on zoning code changes. You saw the development standards Sheldon put up earlier. I'd like to discuss that in a subsequent meeting in greater detail. So if we could today, we're looking for comments regarding the coordinated area plan. At the next meeting, we'll then be looking at how that's actually going to be implemented. And again, it's just an intent to try to structure our conversation to give clear feedback. For example, I expect today some of the building design standards in section 6 will be of extreme interest to us. And then at the end of our discussion, I would like to address, as staff requested, is this coordinated area plan meeting the council's preferred option and stated goals? And there's a matrix in Appendix D at the end, which I think we can check through pretty carefully. So unless I hear from anyone else otherwise, I'd like us just to jump into sections 3 and 6. I'm assuming everybody's looked at this document and we don't need to run through every other section. Yes, Chair. Oh, yes.
What if we have comments on other parts of that, like maybe overall comments, or I think chapter 2 is also really relevant to our purview. So how do we want to address that?
Okay, I'm hearing so perhaps chapter 2 or perhaps an overall set of comments on this. Anybody else have any other thoughts about restricting this to just chapters 3 and 6 or focusing on that?
Well, when we had our meeting earlier this week, we had noted chapter 2 is also being a little bit of interest, but we are, the goal is to try and keep our attention focused and to keep, this process moving forward. Because as we saw with some of our previous meetings, we can take our time and nitpick through everything. And this is a 160-page document. So I'm going to defer to Chair Balte here, but we did have that conversation that it's sort of number one importance to the ARB specifically seemed to be chapter 6, the buildings, chapter 3, the public realm, and then chapter 2, also the overall vision. So all of these are applicable and pertinent, but we, in an attempt to prioritize, have to kind of pick our battles here.
Okay.
Board Member Chen, do you have an opinion on this? I saw you raising your eyebrows.
Oh, yeah, actually, I have this exact same question that Board Member Thompson just brought up. I do
Regarding
have,
section 2.
yeah, right.
And Board Member Hirsch, do you have, what do you think about how we should structure this? If you're just raising your hand, so.
Yeah, well, yeah, I find it very hard to find any way to structure this, frankly, this discussion.
So why don't we include a discussion of chapter 2 after we've discussed the other 2 chapters? So I do want to respect what you're saying. We'll do that, okay? But what I'd like to do is set a 30-minute timer and each of us to make comments on chapters 3 first, and then we'll work our way to a larger amount of time for chapter 6 and then chapter 2. So who would like to start on chapter 3, the public realm? I tell you what, I'll start with it just so we all are fair about this. In chapter 3, as I look through the questions about the sidewalk, I have 2 concerns here. One is that it doesn't really describe how the zones of the sidewalk are separated. It clearly says you have a pedestrian zone of 8 feet, which we've found to be pretty appropriate. You have a landscape or furniture zone. There's nothing discussing how those 2 could be interwoven, related, et cetera. The same thing applies to between the landscaping and furniture zone and the street zone. Do you have any discussion or requirement about how that's varied and brought out? And then the same thing applies on the other side between a pedestrian zone and the front of buildings. So I think a little bit more detail on that would be helpful. The second thought is that on sidewalks here, it keeps saying you shall allow for the following details under pedestrian sidewalk zone features, street zone features. And I think we should be more specific that we want these things. So you should require certain features. And the plan should be saying that. We should be requiring at least 3 of these features. I comment on the traffic lanes that the way it's written, especially 3.2.2 regarding the fire code, really limits this woof-nerf type design where you're trying to get pedestrian, vehicular, bicycle mixing in the street. But when the fire department comes in and says we need 16 feet clear down the middle to get the fire truck, it doesn't work. And so you have to someplace address the fact that some of our technical requirements need to be superseded by a greater requirement. On green stormwater infrastructure, I just question whether it's realistic to expect a street to manage its stormwater disposal. Basically, that would mean putting basins under the streets to capture and disperse the water. And that seems to me like it'd be terrifically expensive.
Sorry, can you repeat that last comment you had on the stormwater?
Yes, it says right here, the first thing to do is regarding, I read in here about effectively managing stormwater for, at least I interpreted this to mean street construction as well. And I just don't see how that would work. So maybe I'm misreading this document.
Where are you reading from?
I'm looking at packet page 110.
Thanks.
And I guess it's referring to the public realm. And my concern is that it's fine to say a public park or a public plaza perhaps can have its own on-site stormwater treatment, but to think of that for a street seems to me a real big reach and difficult to do.
The only thing I would note with respect to that is that the new C3 stormwater regulations that are coming into effect will require, I think, they're either in effect or July 1st come into effect. When you redesign a site, you're looking at the total square footage of replacement and everything from including the public sidewalk as well. So it will look at capturing from all, even offsite. So
Yeah,
I
thanks
don't
for
know
that
if that changes,
clarification.
but-
That segues into my comments about the paving here. And again, here they're talking about responsible material use, basically leaning towards some kind of permeable paving for things like sidewalks or roadways. And again, I caution us on overreach. Those are expensive, difficult things to build. And to just stretch that this particular neighborhood has to do this everywhere is going to result in it being done nowhere. So that's just my sort of critical thing about it. I love the idea of accent paving at intersections. That makes a lot of sense. Regarding exterior lighting, I think the city needs a better standard overall. The Public Works Department probably should have a dedicated set of standards for exterior lighting. We've come across this before. There seems to be different standards for different parts of town. I would love to see a clean set of guidelines for the whole thing. Okay, those are my comments on section 3. It took less than 5 minutes. So who's next?
If I can piggyback off of some of the
Sure.
comments that you said, I agree. I think that my comments are a little bit more nitpicky in sort of how this packet reads, right? In terms of how this packet, this is what's going to be presented to the applicants, to the public, and we need to make sure that this is a legible document for everybody to engage with. And this is kind of nitpicky stuff, and I apologize. For example, on packet page, just had it. 110 and 111, pages 64 and 65 of the packet. These are noted as table 6, local native protected tree species, and table 7, trees to be exempt from protection. I had no idea what each one of these tables was because the labeling for the table is tiny and at the bottom. Right. So if we're going to be expecting the public and applicants to be using this, we just need to, and if this is what it's going to be printed to look like, it's very minor, but just clearly labeling which table is doing what instead of having it tiny text at the bottom with no header. I'm sorry, I know it's nitpicky, but we have to remember this is going out into the world and it needs to be clear. On that same page, the whole concept of 3.3, this subchapter covers trees and stormwater infrastructure, which feel very disjointed to me. And I'm kind of curious why these were lumped together. It feels like there was A, B, C, D, E at some point, and then B, C, and D got lopped off. And so now we're just left with A and E, and they feel very kind of disconnected in a way. So if they are meant to be together, maybe there's some clarification as to why. How these are supposed to interact with each other, or we just separate that there's chapter 3.3 that is trees, and maybe the stormwater infrastructure goes in with paving or something that might be a little bit more related. And again, there might be some background chatter that I'm just not privy to, but it did feel a little bit separated. To backtrack just a little bit to the sidewalk zone, I agree with Board Member Balte that frontage zone to pedestrian clear zone, that intersection there, and this is again on packet page 107. Even the image shows that there's somebody's front porch and front steps going right onto the sidewalk. Now, if that's the intention, is that we really do have sort of no setback there from some residential front porch to a setback, great. If that's not the intention, this diagram might be a bit misleading. I think also throwing some dimension lines on there would be pretty straightforward to just clarify pedestrian clear plus landscape furniture is 12-foot minimum, pedestrian clear is 8-foot minimum, right? Again, just making these super graphically easy to read. I also agree that having some frontage zone features, public art, things like that, maybe there's a requirement per block. Maybe there's one art piece per block, something like that. So that there's, or one every other block. So that there's some, instead of just saying, we'd like for you to put this in, actively encourage how often, and that it could be more than that, but it really should be a minimum of every other block there's an art piece, something like that. The traffic lanes, I agree with, again, fire code's got to take precedent. We just have to keep that in mind. I do appreciate that there's a list of intersection enhancements that they can sort of select from. In terms of the trees, I didn't really have any comments other than maybe we dissuade the use of some of these trees that are high water usage. I don't know if that's in the plan or not, but the fact that there's a bunch of these that are high water use, is there a way that we can make sure that those are sort of the last to be selected on the list, right? Because we do want to maintain our drought tolerant environment in this city. Stormwater runoff, I completely agree. It's kind of a reach. Paving sounds great. Exterior lighting seems good so far, but again, area by area is super helpful. Wayfinding, public art. Yep, that's it. Those are my comments.
I have a question on a shared comment that you guys had about the figure 49 sidewalk zone, making that more clear. In chapter 4, I'm looking at packet page 123. There's some pretty clear dimensions per street. I wonder if that's why it was left ambiguous in the previous chapter.
Oh, that makes perfect sense, but my only comment in response to that would be if you can dimension it here, also dimension it there, right?
It might
Like
be different per street.
street by street.
Well, yeah, because Ash Street's like on the next street and there
Yeah, that-
is a different setback, like frontage area for both.
Mhm. And then, but then here at 3.1.1, it says where site conditions allow, okay, public sidewalks shall have a minimum of at least 12 feet. This can be met in accommodation pedestrian clear zone and the landscape furniture zone, provided the pedestrian clear path shall be no less than 8 feet. So that's pretty clear here. And now again, but that also is, like you said, prefaced with where site conditions allow, right? So
If I can. So I think what we're
Please.
trying to do on that page, page 107 at the top, there's like a little icon with the book that says for more information on street standards, go to chapter 4. When we're trying to make that connection, it looks like maybe we need to make that better or more clear. Totally appreciate these comments. It's really great because I've been keeping a tab of these comments and we've been head deep into this and we're probably missing a lot of things.
yeah, well, no, and actually, I'm really glad that you pointed out there's on package page 107, top right, there's this little book icon which says for more information. And because of the way that it's printed out for us, we also have a gray bubble that says item 3, attachment A, draft. And I think that just visually, that's a little in the top right corner, because there's another one that I'm ignoring as well. So appreciate the referral though.
Board Member Hirsch, do you have any comments for us on section 3?
My general comment is the methodology here. We have an existing neighborhood, and we're talking about it as if it's an open book. You can start anywhere you'd like and develop the scheme within it. There are so many different present setback situations. We really don't have that opportunity to do all of the ideas that are here. My comment is that I don't understand it. I just simply don't understand how you make a transition between an existing neighborhood with setbacks that are existing and buildings that are in a neighborhood without defining where the possibilities really are, because you can't do this piecemeal. It's as if it's a brand new neighborhood, and it's not a brand new neighborhood. So how do you really deal with this sort of planning situation? Even if I read all of the detail, I have a feeling I would end up going out there and deciding that, well, El Camino Real has all of these different kinds of setbacks. In particular, all the ones that are close to Page Mill Road, Oregon Expressway, and what are existing. Have we attempted to apply any of these to those particular areas? How do you deal with that? Sheldon, that's a question, really a generalized question for you. How
Okay,
do you
staff,
make
why
a
don't you see if you
transition?
can address his concerns? What's your thoughts about what Board Member Hirsch just said?
I was going to add it is on chapter 4, the El Camino setback and the Page Mill setback street section. Is that what you were asking, David?
Yeah, I am, but from my knowledge of those areas, they vary quite a bit. And the surveys would have to be pretty accurate as to where the building lines are and where the setbacks really could be done that would be accommodated in any one of these areas.
Staff, what's your response to that?
Yeah, I mean,
Please.
so, Mark, I think your team were putting this section together, the street sections, and coming up with the public realm. Can you elucidate on that?
Well, I will say that board member is correct. I mean, this is always going to be on a project by project basis. I will just say, to zoom out, that this is a long range planning document that is trying to provide guidance and design frameworks and best practices for long-term development in the future. To the point about chapter 4, we have done to the best of our abilities of looking at a typical type of section for each street, Olive Avenue, Park Boulevard, Portage Avenue, to really provide a sense of what can actually be done within the extents of the curb to curb and the right of way, but also thinking about the types of minimum and maximum setbacks to really, one, respect the existing context that's there today, but also help create something that feels particularly compact and comfortable from a pedestrian experience moving forward with development. I hope that's helpful and will help clarify.
So I'm afraid that's not really helpful because it's not addressing David's concern that these guidelines aren't going to be useful in the short term. But can we try to focus, please, gang, on the architectural issues here? We have a whole section on building design. How about on
Yes, just,
section 3, David? Any other comments on that?
I do. So the bio treatments of the streets, I have a little experience with that. In the New York area, that we had an effort like this where in my very neighborhood, we took sections of the sidewalk and created drainage areas, where you, in New York, it didn't really work that well. We tried to plant them. Here, it might not work because if we did plant them, we have dry spells so that they would end up not being hard to work. And I saw them as a good concept, bad execution, or concept that really couldn't really work all that well. So the biodiversity issue or the bio treatment issue really, I think, is a kind of a bigger one where you have sites where you really can do something like that. But we don't have a similar situation as New York, where somehow you have torrential rains and then no rain for a while. But it's very different. So, and here we have no rain for the most part, except 1 3-month period here where it's intense. So I'm not sure how you deal with the environment that way in an urban area. I'm not sure that we've had any really good solutions for that. Except that I live across from a creek and that one seems to be working pretty well.
Pretty full.
So those are my generalized comments about somehow the street treatments and the biological issues and tree plantings. I find that the drawings are pretty much standard type drawings of street designated areas. And Peter's comment about the emergency services always has to be considered. And I'm assuming that the transportation department will do that at some point in the process. But my first comment, I think, since you've admitted the fact that it isn't based on specific survey of this area that says where you can make these kind of improvements and where you cannot, it's going to be kind of inserting into an existing grid only where you can. And so they should really, in my mind, be defined. Where can you do this and where can you not?
That's good advice, David. Yingxi?
Yeah, I have the similar comments as my colleague made for the all those features like 3.1. So I think we need to have more defined on how and where to use. And I to the chair, I would suggest to include section 4 in our discussion because there are dimensions labeled there, setbacks, and it's street by street and block by block. So it might affect the future development, like for the site access, because there are a couple of streets that change the two-way street to one direction street. So that will affect the future development. I think we should take a look at it.
Okay, I hear you. Let's come back to that after we get to
Yeah.
section 6, if we have the energy.
Yeah, and agree with what Chair Baltai mentioned about 3.2.2, the walkway pathway, the 16 feet. I think we need more clarification on that. Maybe because we have some special situations around cannery buildings, as we all know. And also minor things on 3.3.2. We know the table is labeled table 6 and table 7, but in the text, you refer to table 7, table 8. So yeah, it's just minor things. I think that's all my comments.
Thank you, Board Member Chen. Board Member Thompson.
Sure thing. Yeah, and just, sorry, I know we're not supposed to talk about chapter 4, but the WUNERF comment, which was echoed twice on packet page 139 in chapter 4, that does look like it's a walkable path that looks like it accounts for an emergency vehicle. So unless I think I find something else that doesn't account for that, I don't know that I share that comment. Similar, to the sidewalk zone on packet page 107 about adding the dimension lines. I think that would enhance that diagram certainly. The one comment that I just vehemently disagreed on that I heard from Chair Balte is it's on package page 114 on item 343 about responsible material use. I think the comment was that permeable paving is expensive and unnecessary. But I do think because this is, electric vehicles were expensive. I think there's a thing to be said about being responsible in the long term, even if right now the market isn't great. Pervious paving is actually quite tricky. I was in Vancouver for a conference a while ago called Revolution, which talks about good street ethics and stuff. And they did have one section of trees that they wanted to keep alive on a sidewalk, and they decided to do pervious paving of a specific type on that street. And it keeps the trees alive. The downside is it makes that sidewalk a little difficult to traverse from an accessibility standpoint because it's kind of a soft, kind of spongy, bouncy material. And so there's pros and cons. And of course, that's sort of an older installation. And I don't think there might be more newer installations that might be better. So I would encourage, I keep it in here and maybe also push it a bit more that I think we absolutely need pervious paving. I mean, one of the hugest issues with our most recent 3 atmospheric rivers that came through is that we're still in line for a drought because all of it washed away. It didn't stay. It didn't stay on our ground. And so we're designing cities wrong in that way. We're not designing to keep water in our ground. And I think that's really important for long-term planning because we don't want to find ourselves in another situation where we get 3 atmospheric rivers and then we're still in a drought at the end of it. So that was my main comment on the paving. Otherwise, I don't have any other comments on chapter 3.
Would you like us to get everybody's comments on the pervious paving question? Osman?
Sure.
Yeah, and I think you raise a good question, and I don't want you and I to be the only voices out there on it. Ying-Shi, what's your sense about the question of the use of pervious paving and drainage issues.
I think Asna brought up a very good point, sustainability in the long term. But I know in reality how to make it happen, it is expensive. So, and also this is just one area of the entire town. So after we doing that, are we apply the same practice to the other parts of the neighborhood and how to do it? I think that is something to think about.
Yeah, in general, I would say I'm in support of the permeable paving. And again, at a sort of very high level, cost and existing structure, not forthstanding. The concept of having some retention of water, right, is kind of a nice thought. Now, how to execute, that's the next question. Again, we're not focused on that on this portion here, but the Matadero Creek renaturalization, I think is going to be really important for that and for this area. So having that permeable paving adjacent to a renaturalized creek bed is going to make a pretty tremendous difference for how this rainwater kind of flows out of this area. In theory, it will help prevent flooding, whether or not that, and it'll, in theory, again, repercolate the groundwater table and recharge the groundwater table. We're not going to solve the drought problem in this one little neighborhood, but it would be nice to take a step in the right direction. So just keeping that in mind as these rules and regs are written up, I think is important.
Board Member Hirsch, last word on permeable paving and drainage issues.
Yeah, it's very hard to change standards in a city, where you have existing materials. And when you do, you create other problems. I've found that, again, in my past work, that sometimes when you change your paving ideas, you end up, let's just describe some stupid little situation where somebody fell on a paving that I had in front of a store that, and then sued the city, and then, the paving was paved over with concrete. These things are not really all that easy to do. When you change materials from the standard material, you end up creating some other problems for yourselves. I mean, look, the idea of trying to use the water to retain our basics of water and not have a drought situation, is it possible here? How do you do that environmentally to make it work for the whole of Palo Alto? I think at this point, we seem to be trying to avoid the flooding. And the idea of taking the water that causes the flooding and somehow not figuring out where you're going to store it in a major way, that's a major piece of work. And I find that, I hate to say it, but it seems to me that the standardization that we have and the way in which we deal with the water runoff here is the best way we can deal with this, and that changing paving, specific paving like that, is aesthetically as it might be, as preferable as it might be aesthetically, is probably a dumb idea, to put it simply.
So a dumb idea was your last words.
Yeah, dumb idea.
So staff, I think you've heard a mixed bag of opinions, but general consensus that it's important to address these drainage issues, but it's not clear how.
Sure.
And I think that's a fairly small part of this overall coordinated area plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
If I could, I think that we can look into this a little bit more, but I think that part of this, in my recollection, came also from goals and policies set forth in the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Plan, which was a requirement that we prepare as part of our permit requirements for stormwater. And so I think it's pushing forward, goals and policies of that infrastructure plan as we, push forward in new coordinated area plans. And again, we can kind of confirm all of that, but I think that, to speak to Board Member Chen's comments, I think we're looking to try and align these more recently, some of these more recently adopted plans as we move forward in these larger planning documents, like as we move forward to our next comprehensive plan as well.
So do I understand you to say that the stormwater drainage plan, there's a larger city document that addresses the goals for the city's storm drainage plans? So
Yes.
wouldn't it make more sense to just address, to steer this document to that? New development shall comply with this document? Because when you rephrase it here in detail again, you get into these kind of debates again. And if it's already been decided, this is the plan for the city, that would be a much more appropriate way to not discuss it here.
Yeah, we do have another chapter that refers to many different city and regional documents that provide some of that framework. So maybe, as you're saying, maybe it's too detailed, maybe like the list of street trees, we have that somewhere else.
Exactly.
Maybe we
Again,
can
yeah.
put
The
take
more
that
you,
out.
the more
Yes.
you can keep it focused and reference other places where it's actually dealt with appropriately, the more powerful this document is. And it's hard. We're pretty good at this, and even we're getting confused and back and forth, can't remember what other codes said. So it'd be great if we could do that. Let's move to section 6. Victoria, can we set a 30-minute timer again? This may be ambitious. And we're going to ask board member Tom doesn't want to start. Okay,
Can
board
someone else
member-
start?
Board member Chen, you go first.
So we start with packet page 152. So here the diagram shows the daylight plan that applies to the rear property line. So I want to know whether we will also include the one with the side, interior side street, side property line. Will there be daylight plan provided as well in that case?
So I'll have to look at the zoning ordinance packet on that.
On packet page 153, it shows the height limit for different areas. So somewhere it also mentioned if it is 100% affordable housing, then it will allow up to 30 feet additional. So does it mean, say, if the project is along El Camino, the building could go up to 88 feet high, and also like Lambert, the 45 feet area, it could go up to 78. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, and that's consistent with state law regarding density bonus. So we're trying to be consistent there with our housing incentive program specifically for this district.
Okay.
So that would be 33 feet above the height shown in figure 78? Is that how to interpret this correctly?
That is correct. And so that was some similar dialogue that was going on last night. And I think the acknowledgement was we don't see a lot of 100% affordable housing projects, right? I mean, there's certain financing and it's not that easy.
We've seen 2 in the past year.
Sorry,
So you're saying that the 45-foot height limit on El Camino is increased to 78 feet for 100% affordable housing?
Yeah, under the proposed housing incentive program, that is the case that they
Okay,
could
thanks.
evoke that.
And sorry, can I piggyback off of that really quickly? And that is irregardless of whether or not that building is next to a residential or next to another mixed use. So like what I'm looking at on this chapter was page 107, packet page 153. There's like the L shape off of Pepper and Page Mill. There's the one between Pepper and Olive. There's the one between Olive and Acacia. Those like wrap around residential buildings. And you're saying that those buildings could be up to 78 feet tall right next to a residential building? There's no restriction on the fact that they're next to residential.
Yeah, I mean, there's just normal, setback requirements, but if they do meet the criteria for 100% affordable projects, then that's the case.
Yeah, and I think that's why I asked the previous question about the side, the interior side daylight plan, because it might apply. Yeah, it says rear, yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, I just mentioned. And
I do want to, sorry, I will note that the 100% affordable also, well, I guess this would all be within the half mile from transit, right? I think it's somewhere right around.
Yeah, it's all within
Yeah.
a half mile. I mean, and then
Okay.
if you're 100% affordable, you have
Yeah.
concessions. So there are various things for that type of
Mhm.
project. And as I mentioned, we don't see those very often. The financing for them is quite complicated.
But you stated that all of this is within a half mile of the Caltrain station, right?
Yes, the 33, I think most of it is, right? I don't know. if
This
all
guy
of
said
it.
it. That's what he
The
started.
33 feet is only if you are providing low income or below, though. It's not 100% affordable in general. You do have to provide low income or below that. So again,
just
it's
some-
difficult to get that. We do have 3001 was one project that did have that, and they were doing very low income.
So we have a low income project, right? In that area between Olive and Acacia. We have a project that, okay.
Yeah.
In that project, 50, what is the?
It was
actual-
68.
68 feet.
Yeah, at the peak.
And they were quite happy to build it within that. So you're allowed taller, but if you can.
Yeah, they were
in that-
allowed to go taller, even under current, conditions, they were allowed to go taller than they actually did.
What is the?
Once you're. So
Construction,
that's
yeah.
the other
Mhm, yeah.
consideration, I
Yes,
think, for
for
them.
sure. Mhm.
Board Member Chen, you were
Yeah.
working through some comments.
Okay, yeah, I have a couple more. So packet page 154, 6.2.2, the ground floor retail height. Is stated here a minimum of 15 feet. I think in our objective standard, we are saying 14 feet there. So can we align with that one?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
She's asking about the height of the ground floor, retail. Our objective standards have 14 feet, and I think this one is asking for even more than that.
Right, we're saying 15 feet. That's what the council had endorsed.
Why is it different?
Well, I think in general, I would say like this is a 60-acre, part of the city, and there's going to be some unique things about it that are going to be different than other aspects of the city, and that's why we're trying to consolidate any of these guidelines and standards into one space, so people can understand that standard for 15 feet is applicable to properties within this area.
But that's actually more restrictive, right? You're forcing them to build 1 foot taller than everywhere else in the city.
We're also giving them additional height overall, because overall you only have 50 feet. At the corner of El Camino Real and Page Mill, otherwise that's 35 feet.
Would you proceed, Board Member Chen?
Okay, next page, packet page 156, 6.3.1. Here requires a minimum of 4 active doorways per 200 linear feet. So I think, I'm not sure if we need more additional clarification on whether like the number, is it just the length of the street front, or maybe like how many business are there? Like say if there's just one big tenant along the 200 feet, or if there's a couple more a few smaller tenant space there, then yeah, I think there need to be some additional clarifications here. And I think that's all the comments I have for this chapter.
Thank you, Board Member Chen. Board Member Hirsch, would you like to address this next? I know you've given a lot of thought to this building heights and massing stuff, so I'm eager to hear what you think.
Well, I found the massing study to be pretty reasonable. on packet page 153. What I'm kind of disturbed about is that, well, this is a separate issue, you know. I mean, I think it's a reasonable idea. Once again, the only thing that really rather bothers me is that we're in a mixed neighborhood. How do you change a neighborhood to an entirely different zoning? And how do you do so in a consistent manner? I guess my sense of this is that the council has decided that this is an area where there can be an increase in density, but the actual application will happen in a way that is going to be very piecemeal because, of course, there's a variety of ownerships here, you know? So what do you get as a neighborhood where all of a sudden somebody's here and somebody else is over there because they are there? That's where they are now. I don't find it's going to create a consistent neighborhood so that if you're asking us to say, are we agreeing with the aesthetic of this? I don't think so. I don't think we can, you know. I mean, I think that if you have it all kind of a jumble of volumes, different volumes, it doesn't get to be a very consistent aesthetic. So that's a rather general statement, but it's what you asked us for. So again, I just have to repeat that again and again, that again, we're going to see it in a piecemeal way. Is that the way in which an urban area should be developed? You know, if you look at it, the huge, large office space that is on Page Mill, you know, the Cloudera, is an opportunity for some significant piece of work. If you built that as a more massive piece, and I mean, that's, you know, we're talking about zoning, right? So zoning really has to apply citywide. How do you apply it? But clearly something like that site could be significantly different than some other aspect of this general vicinity where you have a lot of separate ownerships. This is one owner. I'm having a problem with that, you know, because you're asking us to choose an aesthetic. I don't find that it's going to be easy to achieve that here. That's my opinion.
That's your opinion. Okay.
I kind of piggybacked off of everybody else throughout, so I'm going to try and keep my comments a little bit shorter here. Just sort of flip-flopping back and forth between 3 pages, packet page 55, packet page 79, and package page 153. So when we flip-flop between those, we've got where Cloudera is right now. That's actually designated on page 79 as a high-density residential. So in the future, if anyone wants to develop on that property, it will not be office, it will be residential. Is that the goal? It's going to be the requirement moving forward.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. So going back to our building, I just, you know, I'm looking at all of this, trying to see what's what. Okay. Going back to chapter 6, the building heights, again, this is sort of nitpicky graphic stuff, is chapter figure 78. Again, better labels would be helpful. I also think a chart just listing if it's, and I'm referring back to what we see on packet page 79, if it's high density residential, it's 55 feet. If it is medium density residential, it is 36 feet. I mean, it's clearly done item by item. So it might also be helpful instead of referring them to this visual map, which is helpful. Don't get me wrong. Don't delete it. But having a very clear chart as well. I think the 33 feet additional height is super problematic next to residential. While I understand that the daylight plane will hopefully prevent that from going too tall, I have some serious concerns about that being right next to a residential zone. And then the,
You're talking about all of.
exactly. So, so if we're looking at Olive, you've got residential that backs up to medium density residential. I'd love to see like a daylight plane for, there's three conditions where residential intersects with anything else. One is medium density residential medium density mixed use, low density mixed use, and medium density residential. So if this daylight plane applies to all three of those, great. If it's slightly different per intersection, I'd love to see all three of those. It's not, 27, it's three. Sorry, did you have something, David? Nothing? Okay. And then getting to 6.4 residential frontage, the ground floor entries at 6.4.1 says entries must be raised above sidewalk grade based on the setback condition from the property line. I'm curious if there's any consideration for ADA compliance or allowing that those residences be very low threshold or allow access in. I don't know if there's an answer to that right now, but especially if we've got tight setbacks, there might not be enough space for appropriate ramping.
Right, that's noted. Thank you.
Which item was that one again?
6.4.1 on
Yep.
packet page 157.
Thanks.
And then sort of similarly to the stoops, residential units should provide a stoop to create a social distance from the street. I appreciate that in terms of privacy, noise, and aesthetics. But again, let's just be a little bit thoughtful about how deep some of these will need to be versus others. That's it. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can just comment on that 6.4.1. Don't our objective standards deal with some of that? When we have a certain distance back, Jody, how does it, do you know? Okay.
Board Member Hirsch, we have very detailed requirements in the objective standards
Yes.
regarding
Yeah.
height changes from sidewalks to residential units.
Yeah,
And
we do.
I think that's fair, again, just to reference those standards. It's sort of done here.
Yes,
And-
so I'm saying that I think there might be some conflict with some of our standards based on this raised floor area here, raised entry area.
Why not just reference back to those standards that exist that we worked really hard to put together?
That's noted. Yeah, I think that's the intent for the objective standards.
Board Member Thompson, what do you have to say?
Thanks. Okay, so mostly agree with the comments that have been said. I also had the note on the ADA issue on 6.4.1. For the building heights on 6.1.2, the affordable height bonus, can you remind me if there's also an FAR? There's also an FAR bonus, right?
Not in this case, because the base FAR, as I mentioned in that table, is already pretty high or higher. So for instance, on the mixed use, the high density mixed use is 3.0. So that's higher than our downtown. So we're not for our proposed HIP for this district, we're only considering the height. And that way it would be consistent with the state law.
Okay, but no FAR.
No additional FAR.
Got it. Okay. Maybe this is controversial, but I might consider suggesting adding an FAR bonus, only because I know that tends to make projects more viable. Okay, and then in terms of the heights, it does feel a bit, as Board Member Hirsch said, jumbled, but it seems a little bit like a fortress. There's kind of like the high stuff on the edges and the low stuff in the middle. And I don't know if that's really, I was kind of actually, I know we're not supposed to comment on chapter 2, but I'm just going to reference it really quick. With the ground floor uses, I think it's 2.3 packet page 85. There's a retail that kind of correspond to this in some way. But I might consider recommending, like the office edges, people who go to offices are going to want to go near retail. And so having office edge near residential edge may not make any sense. And typically with planning also, you kind of want to concentrate your retail uses in a place so that there's kind of a there. And so instead of having it spread out on the edges where on the other side, there really isn't much, like I might recommend having like a focused retail corridor that makes sense here. Obviously the El Camino corridor makes sense and the Park Boulevard makes sense, but in between, it seems like it's a bit not concentrated, and it might be more successful if it is concentrated. Okay. Yeah, I'll just reaffirm the 88. We could make it an option, but to allow for direct access as well. On the 6.5 packet page 158, on the bird safe building design, item C, UV coated glass. I recently came across something that isn't really very effective, as it turns out. So I might flag that one as like a not preferred option. That it turns out it's actually not as effective with bird protection as it was originally thought. And maybe that's because of the glazing backlit. I don't remember the details of it, but I just wanted to flag that one. And then for 6, the next section for the heat gain, I think a lot of these are good. The term egg crate facade kind of stood out to me. I wonder if there's another way of wording that, because I think there are other kind of facades that do the same thing that don't look like egg crates, if that makes sense. I might look to my other board members to think about maybe an alternative way of saying that. I think I get the point, but I wouldn't want, I don't know. I'm thinking about like the facade that was at that bank that was quite detailed. But it doesn't look like an egg crate. It's got like more detail in there, and it's not a trellis. It's like something else. I don't quite know what
I mean, Silicon Valley Bank, the one that
the current building
on Cal Ave.
On Cal Ave, yeah.
It looks like an egg crate to me.
But it's got like, it's not just like boxes everywhere, right?
Exactly. It's like a fancier
It's a fancy
design.
It's nicer.
Yeah.
That is
than an
what
egg
they're
crate.
referring to here. And yes.
But I guess I just wonder if there's
a better
there's a
word
better
would
way
help.
to word it. I don't know. Okay, moving on. That's my comment. Okay, for 6.6.5 for the roofs, I appreciate the intent here. I would love to see a picture of a green roof on here. I really want to like recommend that we drive this home. The wording in itself where building roofs are free of solar panels and other sustainability infrastructure, they should be designed to include systems such as a vegetated roof cover, plants, green stormwater infrastructure, and roofing materials with high albedo surfaces to reduce heat. I wonder if there's a way to encourage more green roofs. Like, I wonder if there's a separate comment I have on chapter 2 about the ecology of the whole area. But yeah, I wonder if like for every parcel, it's like 30% of these buildings have to have a green roof or something, because we're going to get white roofs everywhere otherwise. And I know that this is an expensive choice, but again, I think we should be thinking about the ecology of the space overall and long-term. There's another comment I had, which maybe, I don't know if this is the right place for it. It's about open space requirements for each of the parcels. So there's there's a specific plan happening at Moffett Park. I don't know if everyone's aware of it. It's currently in process. I think it's going to be seen by the Sunnyvale Planning Commission soon. But in that plan, there is for each space, there's an open space requirement for each site. And so if the building doesn't take up or isn't able to give the ground open space, they're able to provide vertical green or roof green space that could allow for the same amount of vegetation. And there's I really encourage actually everybody to look at that plan. It's a really interesting, they're trying to make like an eco neighborhood, an ecology neighborhood. There's really strong sustainability string here. And so one of my big comments on at least the roofs is that we try to do something to push it just a little bit more. Maybe there's an incentive, like if you have a green roof, then you get a little more FAR or something like that. Just to go push that green agenda a bit more.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in on back to the building heights and massing. I think listening to Board Member Hirsch and Thompson, I am struck that somehow it just seems that the 30-foot residential areas in the middle are actually going to be lost and just won't last, won't work if the rest of this comes to pass. If you have a 55-foot high-density residential on the Cloudera site, then it just doesn't work. And so I think maybe a good resolution is to say when those properties get changed to higher density residential, then the height limit can be changed, something like that. But I think we just need to acknowledge that the way it is now, it's creating this fortress of 30 houses or so, completely surrounded by high-rise buildings. All that said, I think what we really need right now is a clearer daylight plane regulation regarding development adjacent to single-family residential development, basically protecting the folks in these houses on Pepper and Olive. What's shown here, this 60-degree daylight plane from grade at rear property really should be at the side property as well. And it probably needs to start at 10 feet high or something similar to what we've got in our R1 code. I think we could hammer out how that is, but I've really come to believe that the daylight plane is the best way to regulate the impact of different heights of buildings adjacent to single family residential. So I think at a high level in a coordinated area plan, just the use of daylight planes to enable transitions from higher density to single family residential is what's appropriate. And I think that needs to be more clearly spelled out and then maybe under implementation, really figured out how to do it. So those are my two comments. One is daylight planes for doing the step down, and two is that the 30-foot is not really going to work in the long run on the residential. On retail and active use, I think limiting uses of commercial to professional services with regular customers that are less than 5,000 square feet or less should be more broadly defined. I've long thought that things like accountants, architects, therapists, private tutors, there's a lot of businesses that provide services to residents of Palo Alto that are really under threat because they can't afford fancy new office space. But if you let them use street frontage and side streets and things, it would actually be quite effective. And to completely limit that here is too bad, I find. So I'd like to see us rethink that definition of what's professional services at the ground floor level to try to save some of what's really being threatened in Palo Alto. The question of ground floor retail height, I think, should be questioned. We just went through this the other day on a project where we were told by the applicant that even 12 feet was too much because it threatened their ability to do development above. 15 is really ambitious. And as we get to implementation, I suggest we reconsider what that number should be. I understand that this is one that council has already amended, but we should give them our advice on this. In our experience, 15 is becoming too much. Regarding Portage Avenue, the question here is really regarding the cannery. And I've long been bothered by the fact that we don't just have a clear statement that development or reuse of the cannery building, which is a historic building, should be done to meet the Secretary of Interior standards. It seems to me pretty basic. You have a historic building, if you're going to develop or reuse it, any place else in Palo Alto, you have to meet the Secretary of Interior development standards. So why isn't that clearly stated here? So that's my take on it. If it's historic, then that's what the standard should be. On sustainable design, I strongly support the bird safe glazing standards. In fact, I wonder if we shouldn't create a subcommittee of our own to come up with really good implementation ideas about it. We'll come back to that. I wonder that we don't have something about natural ventilation. We've repeatedly requested, pushed, cajoled applicants to put and I think there should be something. We consistently want that. We think it's good. So I'd like see this coordinated area plan, ask for that. Some form of natural ventilation in every building. So those are my comments on this. I would like us to close on the sustainable question again, make sure everybody's commented on that. And even address the idea of having a subcommittee to come back with more concrete recommendations when we get into the implementation stage. It's squarely in our purview. So do you have any other comments on the sustainable stuff? Board Member Thompson had a lot to say about it, but how about you, Board Member Chen?
Yeah, I think a more detailed research and additional information to be provided here would be helpful. And also like under the minimized heat gain, the acrylic facade, I think we should come up with some other terminologies to describe the situations like this. Yeah, that's it.
Board Member Rosenberg or Board Member Hirsch, what's your sense about this
Yes,
sustainable
well,
stuff?
a couple of kind of reflections, because I think you hit upon a lot of very good points. And I have a couple of differences with what has been said in a couple of areas. One is whether or not we can have planted roofs in Palo Alto with the particular weather that we have here and without using water during a great piece of the season here to keep those plants living is questionable. I mean, I like the idea, and I know it's worked in New York in various areas that I've known about there. But of course, it's a different environment. So I would say that most of the year we have to be very cautious and about use of water. So there's been a mixed discussion, and I don't think it's resolved yet. And I wouldn't suggest that we embark upon some major requirement that there be a planted roof when we might have a serious problem with it relative to the amount of rain that we get, natural rain that we get, or the amount of water that we use, which itself will get to be pretty expensive. And we're asked to not have natural lawns and grasses, so how can we put planting on the roofs? Sustainability is a really good one for us to be dealing with, I think. And I think it's in other ways, it becomes really important because we need to be careful about having too much glass in too many office buildings and too many enclosed office buildings. And I don't think we have really great answers yet for that are required as part of a zoning, or part of the detail of our buildings, but the shading devices and other elements that are outside a building that allow them to deal with it outside environment better, I think is really important and ought to be incorporated in some of our codes. As to the historic issue with the fries, we've been getting both sides of that story for quite a while, and I don't really come down on the side of it being a important historic monument in and of itself. I think that the social importance of it and the importance of it in terms of the owner of it in the beginning is very important. And I find that the actual design that has been presented is good to describe what its function had been as well. So I don't think we should go out on a limb on that and say it's part of the National Register, and we should really push for all of that because it's too limiting, because it won't allow the developer to take down that portion of the building. It'll create a controversy regarding that, and therefore I don't agree that we let's try to maintain the historicism where it's appropriate. The
Board Member Hirsch, if I could, I wanted us to address the sustainable question that Board Member Thompson had raised. Is
well,
that
I've
okay?
gone. I
You're-
think I went through that one, didn't I?
Yeah, so I want to let Board Member
Mhm.
Rosenberg address the same question if you don't
Yeah.
mind.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Come back to me.
You'll have a chance. Yes, we'll come.
As far as the green roofs, I'm in full agreement that incentivizing them is a good idea. I do hear Board Member Hirsch's comment about, water usage. We're constantly talking about how we're in a drought and that we need to preserve water. And then to encourage green roofs, it's a little bit back and forth there. But I think that if the client is willing to take that on and we can incentivize that to some extent, that's their decision to make. And then the one other thing on the sustainability I'd like to touch base on is that there is the natural ventilation comment in 6.6.4, but it's not a requirement. It just says buildings that allow for natural ventilation, reduce energy consumption for heating and cooling, and provide a higher quality indoor environment. Consideration should be given to optimize the floor plates. So if we require it, should we give it an actual per square foot designation, or is this something that we just say must have natural ventilation period and they put in one window and call it a day?
Okay. What I wanted to do is ask our consultant.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure, of course. Go ahead.
Sorry. So still for the sustainable design, I'm wondering whether we could also add one that is to explore and reuse the existing structures, not only the cannery building, but like on packet page 79, we show the high density residential for the entire block along Page Mill and Park Boulevard, that is the existing office building there. I'm wondering we could explore to see the potential, whether we could reuse the office building and turn it to the residential instead of just tear down the entire building and rebuild. And in that way, we could reduce a good amount of construction pollutions during that period.
Those are valuable thoughts. I'm wondering if I didn't open Pandora's box here, though, because this all started with Board Member Thompson pointing out that one of the suggestions for bird-safe glazing didn't seem to be suitable given her experience. And I'd like to come back to our consultant and say, would it be helpful if the Architecture Review Board were to form a subcommittee that looked into some of these specific questions more deeply and provided more specific feedback? For example, what types of bird-safe glazing do we recommend? Can you address whether you think that would be helpful?
Yes, I do think that that would be helpful. I would say in regards to the UV glass, it's really about trying to balance all these urban design objectives. So if the UV glass, for example, could be on the ground floor so that, you could still be able to mitigate bird strikes as much as possible, but still allow for that sense of transparency and openness on the ground floor for that pedestrian experience and support ground floor retail spaces. That may be the ideal type of treatment if a project needed to adhere to the bird safe standard. And then, but yes, getting more guidance on, is the glazing threshold of 30% the appropriate amount of glass on a facade that would trigger this standard, the types of glazing treatments, all of that would be very helpful.
Okay, go ahead, Board Member Thompson.
Sorry, can I? Yeah, that's a good point. And I actually forgot to mention there is another recommendation of, and it could be something where if they do use the UV glass, I think there was a recommendation of pairing it with a planter or some kind of vegetation. And so that the vegetation can screen over the glass as well. And so maybe I know that strategy isn't here, but I think I remember reading something about vegetation adjacent to glazing.
Definitely got to be careful about vegetation adjacent to glazing, because generally what happens is that the reflection of the glass from a tree canopy would lead to a bird thinking that it's a fly through, and it would actually cause more bird strikes. So generally the first 0 to 60 feet of a building on the glass. So that would be something we would need to explore further and make sure we're not leading to unintended negative consequences.
Yeah, and in that case, maybe the ground floor isn't the right.
So do we have
choice.
some sense, I'm leaning towards wanting to appoint a subcommittee, an ad hoc committee to sort of advise the Architecture Review Board on a couple of these specific sustainable issues. Board Member Thompson, are you willing to be on a committee like that?
Mhm, yeah.
Yes. So what I'd like to do is appoint a subcommittee of Board Members Thompson and perhaps you, Board Member Chen, to address really item 6.6.2, bird safe building design, item 6.6.4, daylighting and natural ventilation, and 6.6.5, roof design. And just to help guide us when we come into implementation with a little more knowledge about what's the right way to do this. I caution you not to go beyond that boundary for the scope of what we're doing. Because I want to really be able to give the consultants in the city good advice. And I think it's too complicated for us as a whole just to talk about right now. So are we okay with that? Yeah.
That
Okay,
sounds
great.
good.
So I'm
So you want
okay
to
with that, but
So you were making the last few comments regarding section 6, David. So continue,
well,
please.
yeah,
Thank you
yeah,
for
I
letting
think
us
that
take this
I don't
diversion.
want to lose track of your comment about better fixing the daylight plane where it's needed here, because it's coming up every single time. And I think we're pretty unified in this. We want a stricter, specific daylight plane that answers all issues here. And I want to just support your recommendation and ask you, how do we figure out how to do that as a study?
Staff, do you feel the need for more specific guidance from us on that type of issue? How would you develop a daylight plane standard to get practical and useful regulation?
Yeah, I mean, so we've, in your packet, we have a draft.
Right.
How to address this issue. And we're basically saying, go back to the objective standards. So the things that you've already kind of developed and had the council adopt. If there's something more specific that we can apply, we can look closer at that. But that's how I think I'm hearing about the issues with the transitions. Excuse me. And our approach to that is, yes, there are daily planes, but we're saying go back to the objective standard chapter.
So is
1824.
this figure 77 from our objective standards?
I don't think that is.
I don't think that
So I think we need to
is, so-
reconcile that exhibit. And, as I mentioned before, we're taking a number of notes, even before we're presenting here, just on things that we need to reconcile and change.
Yeah, so I think Board Member Hirsch, that their statement that going back to our standards that we really put some effort into is probably a good way to go. I'll say this again to staff and to the consultant. Several times we keep coming across these diagrams that really are unclear. And in this case, it's not referencing the standard you're saying it's intending to reference. And yet it's the only diagram in the packet. We can figure it out. It took us half an hour and we got to the bottom of it. The public will not. The council will not. We really do ourselves a disservice not to be consistent and go back to the standards we think are important. So please, let's try to get that right. Okay, any other comments on section 6? We're 11 minutes past our schedule, which is pretty good. So we wanted to go into sections 4 and 2. Do we need to take a few minute break first? We've been at this an hour and a half.
Would love a quick break, maybe a 5-minute break. And then maybe since when we had our pre-meeting, we had sort of discussed covering the 2 topics. Do you want to have a limit on this one as well for 30
we'll do
minutes,
that
or
too.
are we going to reduce that to something like 20 minutes just to keep it a little tighter?
Let's adjourn until 11:40, 5 minutes from now, and then we'll pick it up. Thank you.
Okay.
Back in session. What do you mean? So we had a request to address as well sections 2 and sections 4 of the NV cap. So I'd like to do that.
Is this,
I'm not prepared to go through it in detail myself, so I'd like to turn it over to board member. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, is it fair to the board to do that since we weren't asked to prepare as a whole? I mean, it could be like overall comment and then maybe we decide to go into it a bit more later. I don't want to spring something on folks if they weren't ready.
I'll take that burden, Rosma. I don't really care if it's fair. I want to get through this.
Okay.
So, but let's start with number 4 and come back to number 2, because number
Oh.
4 is regarding the streets. And I'd like to just hear if we, as I see it, number 4 just goes through street by street throughout this area and has suggestions about the width of various elements of the street design. So fine, let's go through this as a board. Who has comments about these various street widths, et cetera? Don't feel compelled to comment on everything, but rather specific things. Who wants to start?
I can just say I did not have comments on this, so I will pass it to my other board members.
Board member Chen.
Yeah, I did have a brief review of chapter 4. And I think I have a major issue on the Ash Street, the section 1 that is between Pate Mill and Olive Avenue. It is on packet page 124. So here it says it will change the two-way lane to be one southbound lane. So considering the long-term development in this area, it will be just the high-density residential, just northeast to this Ash Street. So I'm wondering whether it will create huge burden to the other street. So I would suggest to still consider it to be the two-way lane instead of just one way.
Okay. Any other street comments?
Do we want to ask what the thinking was behind making that one way?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, as a point that, I mean, whether the street direction say that the reason that is coming forward is because there's a lot of cut through traffic in that area.
From where?
It's, and maybe Shupath, you can specifically help me out here with that.
Shupath here from Office of Transportation. So the cut through traffic that we are observing right now is from El Camino Real making right on Olive Avenue and then traffic making left on S Street to access the eastbound Oregon Expressway. So the objective behind making S Street one way is to stop that cut through traffic using local streets like Olive Avenue and S Street.
Thank you. Any other comments on the street design chapter of the NVCAP plan? Board member Hirsch.
I found it to be appropriate the way it's been handled, that it has recognized that each one of these situations is a little bit different, and even during the length of the street, which are not so long, they address the issue, I think, pretty well in terms of the specific needs of the specific areas. Really my only comment.
Thank you. Board member Thompson, do you have any comments on the street designs?
Yeah, I think going back, we talked about permeable pavement already, but it might, and it's mentioned here on packet page 132 again, but I might recommend that there be some products that we look into, because I think some of us know the ones that don't work very well and ones that do work very well. So it might be good just to show some examples of permeable paving and then also what's not acceptable, like the stuff that makes it hard for wheelchairs to walk over and stuff. That was one of my comments. I think I appreciate the curbless design along the street on Portage Avenue. I think that's a nice touch. And that's all.
I have a sort of an added comment about the Portage Avenue piece of it.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, throughout the presentation here, we haven't been looking at all on what is actually in the works to be planned for the Fry's development. It's not included in any of the drawings. We haven't mentioned it so far. But one of the aspects of Portage Avenue is it is planned within the drawing to include parking along the building facade, whereas in the figure 6.3 is shown as being a landscaped area that is used publicly and part of the Woonert idea here. Which one is it going to be? And how is that decision going to be made?
Board Member Hirsch, our goal here is to lay out the plan. We'll be reviewing a project that's being brought to us for compliance with this plan in part at a subsequent meeting. So I think that's the proper way to do it. Right now, what's the right design? What do you think is the right way to do it? On this diagram, is this suggestion showing the Woonert design with the landscaping and pathway on the side what you think is good? If it is, then we can try or apply that to a future projects.
Well, not just to future projects, but this very project, you mean, the future, the use of the.
But let's keep it separate. This is a coordinated area plan for the whole area. It's not specific to a project right now. And I don't want to connect it to a project specifically right now, if you don't mind.
Well,
Yeah, if I may, I can ensure that we brought our project that when it comes before you.
it will come as a project specific to us then, is that what you're saying?
Yes, it'll come as a specific project, so I don't want to speak to that specific project, but I guess I would just go back and say that, this NV cap is the ideal goal of what we want to see in this area.
The goal, not the ideal goal. This is the goal.
The goal, correct.
It's a goal, and what I think the Serato project is one of those pipeline projects that I mentioned earlier that's in the process.
Okay.
So in which case I would say that the opportunity to use the street width could be more detailed. There could be more of a design concept for what this is going to be, or alternatives for this sort of usage, where it is described as a social street, not just a regular street. How do you get from A to B, or A to C, whichever, in a street like that? And are we going to address the appropriateness of that kind of usage?
When you say A to B to C, how do you get there? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's described as a specific kind of usage of a street.
This is saying that Portage Avenue is a woofnert, which has got its own loose definition out there.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
And I think we are all endorsing that. Yes, this avenue should be a woofnert.
Yes,
And
and
I'm hearing you say that as well, right?
yes, I'm
So
saying
there's
that.
lots of questions of how that's designed, but the
Uh-huh.
fact that it should be one of these types of streets is, I think, clearly stated in this plan. I haven't heard anybody say anything to the contrary.
Uh-huh.
So hopefully that's our standard, our goal.
Well, it would be a goal, and then.
So would you like
then-
to add something to how,
Yes, and
more
it should
specifically,
be
what is a woofnert?
exclusively used in that respect, so that whatever plan is for the relationship to not the Ash building, but the Fry's building should follow a format that we're approving here.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Exactly. Okay, I'm happy.
Okay, any other comments on section 4 regarding the streets?
I'm
Okay,
ready for section 2.
what I'd like to do then is address section 2, and I'd like to leave it as, this is about the vision. It's a rather loose thing, and everybody gets their chance to speak on it. So let's set a timer of, say, 15 minutes and take 3 minutes each to really address this and anything else in the cap you see. So it's 15 minutes, take 3 minutes and steal somebody else's time. Who wants to go first? Was Board Member Thompson.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I'll focus my comments on 2.5, which is on packet page 97. And I mean, I had a comment, we've made other comments on other parts of this chapter already, but I think this diagram is, it's a really important diagram because it is talking about the ecology of the site. And initially it seemed to me that, you know, we're kind of focusing a lot of the nature stuff where the creek naturalization is happening, but this is kind of the only diagram that's like, well, that's not really how nature works. Nature's everywhere, and, you know, birds and stuff are going to fly everywhere. And so this is kind of the only diagram that sort of speaks to the greater ecology of the whole site. And so I would just encourage showing like more green roofs, more photovoltaic panels. And just to go back to the green roof comment, you know, they're great thermal masses when they're not planted. Also, drought tolerant planting requires less water / no water. And so I think it's important actually to sort of enhance this diagram. Like it might sort of push this a little bit more as to not only are we naturalizing the Matadero Creek, but actually each of these parts of the whole site have a character to it, have a nature to it. And I felt like that was kind of missing as part of the vision. Similarly, I just noticed, you know, that Matadero Creek, if we go back to chapter 6.1, we have a 45-foot height just south of that creek. And maybe that's not the right place to have the height. You know, we're going to want as much solar exposure as we can in that area. And so maybe having lower density around the creek might be a better idea, just for sun exposure. And then the last item that in terms of the vision, I didn't know a really good place to put this, but you know, our design standards and guidelines talk a lot about sustainability on an ecological perspective, but there's much more research coming out on the mental health sustainability of structures and architecture. So, you know, I mentioned earlier, there was a study that like gray buildings cause depression, right? There was a study about color theory and how design affects people's mental health, and that also biophilia and natural elements tend to boost productivity and health. And so I wonder if there can be a mental health sustainability aspect here, because our built environment does contribute very much to it. And so I just want to put that out there as part of the vision, that there is much more research happening now about how urban environments cause depression, anxiety, because they're not thinking about, you know, we're thinking about setbacks and stuff less more, but there's ways to sort of integrate things, I think, that can help mitigate, since we are thinking about a future scheme here.
Thank you, Board Member Thompson. Who's next here?
I would love to jump in here because I actually have some comments on that diagram as well. I have some concerns that this diagram is actually highly misleading. If you look at packet page 97 versus 79, 79 is the colored land use is 2.2. It's got all of that. I did also, if you want to go to the third sheet, packet page 153 that talks about the heights. So let's focus on the Matadero Creek corridor for a moment there. The diagram shows a very nice wide green stretch along that whole Matadero Creek. When you flip back to packet page 79, it's really showing that that is medium density mixed use quite narrowly at sort of the there's a bottleneck there. And if we're not requiring that there be certain setbacks, then we might see buildings that come up and really encroach very tightly to that bottleneck at Matadero Creek. So I'd appreciate some clarification as to which is sort of the goal, specifically at that bottleneck area coming in from the neighboring property. Second, if you're looking at packet page 79, where the residential curves out, it goes to a medium density residential, which is a 36-foot tall stretch of building potential. And when you flip back to packet page 97, that is shown as mostly an orchard. And while I would love the orchard, I think that that would be beautiful. If that gets developed, that's not going to look like this at all. So while I appreciate this diagram and I really like what it's showing, I'm concerned that it's a bit misleading as to what the actual intent and what the actual final result of this area is going to be. So I'd encourage a little bit more respect to what will probably actually be built there, because that portion of that medium density residential basically is just shown as not being developed really at all, except for a few buildings in the upper corner. Peter, did you have something?
I want staff to address your comment.
Yeah.
It's very well pointed out that the figure on packet page 97 is not accurate to everything else we're seeing. Why is that?
Right. It's pretty, but it's not.
What are we
it's
missing
not what's
here? Is there
gonna-
some
yeah.
other intent that we don't understand?
Yeah, I mean, I think as, again, we need to make sure that this is great that we're getting more eyes on the document to make sure that we're seeing some of these issues and how they're interpreted. So I think, for instance, like with the height diagram, it's just, part of it's a function of, it's just showing height, but not really necessarily taking into account any setbacks or design or criteria at all.
So let me ask more directly. Will there be setbacks from the Matadero Creek?
Yes, there will be.
And where will those be addressed in this?
Well, I think we already have those in the code,
Okay.
in the zoning code regarding.
Off the top of your head,
street side.
do you have them off the top of your head? Can you tell me what that number is? I know, pop quiz, I'm sorry.
20 feet.
20 feet back. Okay. So all of this on packet page 79, if I'm understanding this correctly, those are actually going to have to be 20 feet back from the top of that creek bank.
Correct.
And then we're going to redefine the creek bank. So once we redefine that creek bank, there will be new setbacks imposed on these properties directly to the south and directly to the east, sorry, west and east of that. I'm sort of focusing on this mouth of the creek area. So those two properties will be significantly impacted by new top of creek banks and new setbacks. Do you foresee any issues with the owners of these properties and doing that?
Yes.
Well, I think right now there's the flood wall, right? And so that we don't have I mean, we have some concepts, but we don't have any specific concept that we're, have really detailed information on. We're working
Sure.
on something with the pipeline project at this point, that will define kind of where that top of bank would be.
Okay. I would, again, strongly encourage staff to focus on that mouth portion and making sure that those adjacent properties and the depths that you guys are looking to obtain here don't get significantly, that it's accurate, right?
Yes, I mean, can I
Please.
be in here for just a
Please.
minute on this? I mean, it would seem that, what is being shown here is the creek with a 100-foot dimension, right? The whole width of it. So that the problem with it, if it's shown this way, is that someday this picture gets out and people say, well, whatever happened with that? It never ended up that way. Isn't it better for this to be a little bit closer to reality where the creek really can be naturalized? It's more likely that it can be naturalized sort of towards the Fry's building. It's not reasonable probably that it is up against the Audi building or that it extends beyond the point where the Audi building has present. So I think that it seems to me that the packet page 79 is closer to reality. That's closer to where you could sort of say end of creek would be this line, and reduce or change, revise packet page 97. In my opinion, that package page 97 ought to reflect what we've been reviewing as well. What is the townhouse area and what is, those are realities that are really, we're going to be approving that next week, probably, it's being presented to us, the arrangement. So why wasn't this drawing be brought up to date?
Well, I don't know if I'll get into the why, but what I can say is we will note the comment. We'll make sure that we reconcile it. We do have the concepts. There's a concept that was endorsed by the council. So we can overlay that here. I mean, when you get closer to the culverts, you're not going to have 100-foot wide. You need to assume for drainage and so we will have to narrow that. So your comment is noted.
Okay.
Board Member Chen.
Yeah, not too much additional comments. Yeah, just packet page 97, it is a beautiful bird's eye view and it's not accurate. And I want to see the updated plan view, including those ongoing projects reflected, like the townhome projects and the projects along the El Camino. And also maybe there is possibility like we know for the townhome projects, there is the walkway, the paseo between the buildings, and then that is a possibility to connect the green area to the creek. And maybe there is future housing development on the other side of this neighborhood. So it is possibility to have the entire green belt connect the entire neighborhood. Yeah, but anyway, just I want to see an updated bird's eye view. That will talk a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I share my colleagues' comments, so I'm not going to add anything new on the vision section. I would like to state, though, that I've been very impressed with this document as I looked at it yesterday and preceding week. As we've gone through the detail of it, I have to say I'm less impressed. It seems to me that there's more nice graphics and nice organization, but several times today we're finding content that's significant and significantly inaccurate. So just this one discussion now of the images on page 97 repeats to me what I've seen over and over again, that we need to really focus on this. This is really important to get it right. So to the consultant who's preparing this, to staff who's supervising that, let's really redouble our efforts to make it accurate. When you have buildings close to that creek, you're not going to be able to redevelop the creek this way. Or if you're going to, make sure it's really clear that this is a goal, an aspiration for 20 years from now. We want the public to support this in a positive way. So any other comments about this? If not, let's get to the last task council staff asked us to do.
Just one last comment is just the resolution of the images on our pages were kind of low. So that's just a graphic comment to increase resolution. Thanks.
Well, I have some, look at packet page 89. And there's a number of what appear to be pedestrian paths passing through. And again, they don't reflect projects that are going to be happening. And the circulation, as Commissioner Chen pointed out, could be revised so that the circulation patterns were realistic. In general, there are some purple circles that involve, I guess, some new lights or present lights and pedestrian crossages from the perimeter, and those should be accurate as they can too. I don't see them on this particular drawing as being appropriate. In other words, so for example, there's a light or a light diagram that's shown down from Portage Road leading up into the neighboring community. Is that a pedestrian turn? Is that what does it stand for? Some of these are rather confusing. So you have what is a sort of a patterned view of a turn on whatever the street is on the opposite side of our project here. And the same indication of, so it is some form of pedestrian. Is it shown here? It's really not shown. First mile, last mile connections. Can somebody explain what that is?
Again, we're on packet pages 88 and packet pages 89 is specifically looking at that sort of purple dashed pathway labeled first mile / last mile connections.
And that's a major intersection.
Can Sylvia or Shrupa speak to that? Because I think it has to do with transportation.
Yeah, I think they may be getting from the plan to the train station.
So Shrupat here from Office of Transportation. So yeah, the first mile and last mile connection is about pedestrian and bike connectivity to major, basically the Caltrain stop, Caltrain station. So the dashed lines are representing the major transit stop or the regional or the retail areas around in the nearby. So that's what about as identified as a first and last mile connection route. And also the purple rounds are reflecting that in future as part of the NBCOP or part of the other project, maybe that those intersections are identified as major or minor intersection improvements. It could be signal improvements or pedestrian and bike improvements or striping improvements. So those kind of improvements could be done at these locations.
So I'm looking also, for example, at the red dashed lines, and they go from Ash Street through to Olive, and that's through private property. Is it?
Right, exactly. So those are opportunities. So when the properties end up redeveloping, those are things that we would point to the plan as this is shown in the plan, like to negotiate with you how we can get this connection to happen.
So those properties are being redeveloped right now, several of them, aren't they? Are those pathways being included in that redevelopment then? Certainly the one on Acacia, El Camino, Acacia and Olive, it's a huge project we're just looking at. And I don't recall seeing a pedestrian right of way along the back.
Yeah, that's where that pedestrian muse is. It's not public, but it
Right,
is.
and so that's the concern,
Gated
is it's
off
not
at ones
public.
on the
Yeah.
Acacia side? I thought you can't pass through there.
It's gated.
It's for residents only, yes. Yeah.
Okay, can we move on, gang?
Yeah, okay.
So staff has asked, and I would like us to respond to that they're looking for our feedback to provide aesthetic and they want us to verify that staff seeks ARB feedback that the draft NVCAP, so that it does these two things. It provides aesthetic and design principles that support council's endorsed plan, and the same thing regarded the stated goals and objectives from the council in 2018. So I refer us to appendices C and D. Appendices C is on page 212, and D is the crosswalk on page 214. And what I'd like to do is have any comments where we think these are not actually correct. I will start in that I don't see any issues with appendices C. I think these guidelines meet these objectives. On attachment D, I think there's an issue here where it says the preferred plan emphasizes townhomes near existing residential. I believe right now the only housing provided is townhomes, so it's not emphasizing, it's all townhomes. My second comment where I defer from this is again on packet page 216 regarding the cannery building. Maintains the cannery building and allows for two possible uses of the building. The second possible use it claims to allow is adaptive reuse into housing, and I don't see anything that actually does that or attempts to do that or makes any provision for that. So no, I don't agree that the draft plan does that. My last concern is regarding Woofnerts and transportation, and I don't see anything in here trying to evaluate what details are required to actually make that happen within transportation requirements. So those are the places I think we're not quite hitting 100%. Who's next?
I would
Board Member Rosenberg.
echo those sentiments, specifically the adaptive reuse into housing transition into long-term vision. As soon as I read that, I sort of was very surprised because I don't know how you would readapt that cannery building into housing without appropriate egress windows. And yet we've got this entire building does not have any windows except for super high up. So I think that almost should be removed because it's just we're not even close to that. I have no idea how you would adapt it without tearing the building apart. And yet we're sitting here nitpicking exactly how the building has to look right now. Did have a comment on the townhomes as well. I think that more transition space is sort of needed between the single family homes, and that townhomes are a good way to do that. And then I didn't have anything else. So I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Who else has an opinion about this? Board Member Thompson?
Yeah, I think I can agree with all the other comments that have been made. And then on packet page 215, there's a comment about increasing FAR, but I think I already made that comment earlier, but I feel like that could be something added to the incentives. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
Board Member Hirsch? Are we complying with their, be able to make the statement they're asking from us?
I don't think so.
Okay, how so?
I don't think I should go into it. The only thing I really want to see here is, I haven't gone into that kind of a detail on the back of the book here, but I'd like to see the front of the book here, the designy portion of the book that describes what is presented to be reviewed tooth and nail to see what opportunities there are that are realistic, and that the drawing should show what programs are in the works here at this moment. So in terms of its presentation, to have what we are looking at, for example, on packet page 85, I'm going back, I'm sorry, but I must. We have something that's shown that really represents something that the consultant had proposed at one time, to have large-scale housing blocks that are shown here, divided by each other here from Portage on Portage Avenue, Portage Road. And I think we have to have these documents brought up to reality. And that would be my most important request for the whole project at this point.
Thank you, David. Board Member Chen, how do we do against these two appendices?
Well, I just have minor question I want to clarify with the staff on packet page 214, the affordable housing. So here at the preferred plan is that include 100% affordable housing high limits based on, it says it's either 5-story retail affordable housing that is 55 feet, or a 6-story non-retail affordable housing, which is 65 feet tall. Then how does it relate it to the 33 feet bonus?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. And the relationship is that state law has stipulated the 33 feet. So I think when we're going through and council had 65 feet, we don't want to set that as the base for affordable housing, because then they can go 33 feet above that.
Okay, thank you. And did you just also mention like the 100% affordable housing doesn't equal to what defined previously 100% below market housing? Are these two the same thing or they're different? I think in the
The 33 feet is a code provision and state density bonus that applies to 100% affordable to low income or below. So low income, I'm trying to remember, very low income is was 30 to 60%, I think. So I think low income is somewhere 60 to 80.
Great. Sheldon, have we responded to your requests in the initial list here?
Yes, no, thank you.
So
Very
good,
gracious of your.
So
of
any
your
other
time.
questions from staff before we close this item?
Just to understand the timing of any subcommittee that you guys have mentioned.
Oh, well, we've created the subcommittee to come back to us at the same time that we look at this project again in more detail. I'll leave it to staff to coordinate with our subcommittee if there's anything in between that. We're not looking to do the consultant's work, rather to make sure the Architecture Review Board is well informed on these issues. Anything else from staff?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for your presentation. Let's move on to our next item, gang, and try to get this done. Approval of minutes. So we're looking for comments or a motion, please.
I move that we approve the minutes as written.
I'll second.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Bolte,
I'd ask that I vote last, please, if you remember.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson. Yeah. And Chair Bolte.
Yes. Okay, that's moved and approved. Next agenda item is board member questions, comments, and announcements. I would like to quickly have a report out on, I think it's two of these upcoming project items. One of them was 4075 El Camino, and then 300 Lambert. So 4075 El Camino, myself and board member Chen are the ad hoc committee. Board member Chen will report out on that.
Thank you. So we felt this project is pretty straightforward. It's a senior housing with additional units add on to the existing building. And we request the staff to, we ask the staff to request the applicant to provide first an aerial rendering showing the new additions to the existing buildings, because we don't think it's clearly conveying the scope of the intent of the work. And B is to the rendered elevation with the new additions and modifications more clearly identified. And C is the photos of the existing buildings to more clearly show the existing forms and finishes. And also, we would suggest to show additional information regarding the neighborhood context. On the site plan, we suggest to include the major vegetations, building footprints, and window locations on adjacent single-family residence. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, board member Chen. And then on 300 Lambert, we have board members Thompson and Chen are our ad hoc committee. Maybe board member Thompson are you prepared to do anything or should we push this
No,
off?
I didn't see the notice to
Okay, so
prepare anything until very late.
We'll push this off to next time.
Okay.
This is a clarification note. The type of report board member Chen just made is what we're looking for. It's not a judgment about the merits of the project. Rather, it's to help staff and to help us understand what's to be looked at. And in the case that there's particular things of interest to board members, in her opinion, we would state that. So any comment from staff about how that?
Yes, if I may, Jody Gerhart, Manager of Current Planning. I just wanted to make sure on these comments, because we did break these into two different tables, projects that are pending for the ARB versus projects that are potential projects The ones that you were talking about today, being the 4075 El Camino and the 300 Lambert, those are pre-screening or SB 330 pre-applications. So they're automatically not going to have as much information in their plan set. So I just want to make sure when we're getting comments from you, is that comments of things that you think council needs to see? Or are those comments that you, the ARB, want to see when it comes back around for its formal application?
Both. Those are things we think the application needs in order to more clearly present their design. We're not requiring that. We're not in a position to do that. We're just providing additional feedback.
But that does bring up a question as to when the best time to do these ad hocs is. Is it when it transitions from potential to actually submitted, or we really do want to see it as early as possible?
We've been trending towards doing this as soon as possible.
Okay.
I think that was under the guidance of Chair Hirsch last year, that we just need to do more of this. We need to be more involved in a collaborative way. That's what this whole effort is about. Dave, do you want to
Yes,
address
no,
that?
it seems to me that Jody raises a significant question here, is because we should really be thinking specifically about what items we think ought to be included that would be influential for the board to make its decision as well. So if any of those particular details would make any difference, then they should be included. But Jody's comment otherwise is, let's hold off on some of these kinds of comments until the project's ready to come to us. It might be more appropriate if we sort of question the zoning issues perhaps, or said that the scheme wasn't sufficient to be shown to the council for a particular reason, you know?
I think that's true. Board Member Chen and I felt there wasn't anything of particular interest beyond the standard application on this particular project. We felt it was mostly the graphic presentation in this case.
Okay. I think that those could, aren't significant enough to be a part of what is presented to council in that case. So that asking for those changes should be specific to our future review.
Okay, well noted.
On this same note, so for 300 Lambert, is that something that Thompson and Chen should be prepared to present next meeting?
I would like that, but it's up to them to
Okay.
put it together as they can.
Yeah, we can look at it. I do maybe share a similar concern that this kind of feels like we're QCing a project before it's even before it's even ready for QC. It's kind of like, your drafter is in the middle of working on something and then you're just like, I'd like to see it now. And it's like, they really need the 2 weeks to get there. It seems a little moot to, I don't know. I mean, we can take a look, but I don't want to add a
Report,
bunch of extra comments that are unnecessary if they're going to come forward in 2 weeks with something that is much more worthwhile to look at.
fine, report that back.
Okay.
Do you think it's not ready to be looked at? Whatever it is. We're
And-
just looking to get more involved earlier. That's
Perfect.
been a consistent thread in my tenure on this board. And I think we have to, the big picture, look for ways to get more involved earlier. This is one attempt. Let's give it some time, gang.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I would just say
couple-
on that same note, since you're going to be doing the ad hoc for yours as well, why don't we at the same time also do the 3265 El Camino? So you're covering 2 in your ad hoc, one of them's with Yingxi and one of them's with me. And then we can cover both of those next meeting. Does that sound good? Okay.
Sure.
So I would like to just add to my comment. I'm not trying to eliminate the idea that we have these. I agreed 100% that they were important, these pre-meetings. But it is, I think, important for us to know what we should be including as a review element that we are asking them to review prior to pre-screening projects.
I think as Board Member Hirsch is saying, it's just to understand what stage the project is in, and it may slightly change what you're asking for.
Absolutely, and well noted.
But we can always ask for more and, maybe just get it later is what might happen. So,
Right. I mean, I don't think it ever hurts to provide the type of feedback that, Board Member Chen noted to the applicant as early as possible so that they have an understanding of what we're going to be expecting from them.
Okay,
Yes, it could be stated that way.
we have completed our agenda. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.